Well, thank you. Thank you. If you guys, I'm not repeating what I said because one, it's pretty embarrassing, and two,
Well, thank
um,
you.
oh,
Thank you.
fucking horror.
If you guys, I'm not repeating what I.
There we go. How the hell did it unmute? On like, what the hell? Am I seriously that confused? But no, Stephanie, it's not your fault. I'm late. I'm late because I was busy, and I'll leave it at that. Because I already told dead air fucking what I was really doing. And again, hey Barbara, hey Lance, hey Aviator. I said hi to you guys already once. Oh god. Okay. So I'm not gonna jump right into it. I'm gonna play a song like I always do. Um I'm just moving stuff around so that I can. Because I wasn't ready. I thought I was gonna be ready, but I'm not. I'm a liar face. Liar face fat mouth. Right here. Let's see. Um So if you guys wouldn't mind sharing this on your social medias, if you use them, I would appreciate it. I know it's a butt crack of dawn. Well, for some of us it is. Yeah, I'm so glad you guys didn't hear it because trust me, you don't want to. I was being a little too honest, okay? And of course, I only got like a half a cup of coffee in my coffee fucking cup. My life. And I'm having an old lady hot flash. What the hell? Hey, when Kitra pops in, she better anyway. If I don't see her, you guys tell her the head is done. And it's looking pretty sweet. I'll probably redo it 10 times before I am happy enough with it to let it go to somebody, but it's pretty sweet. Oh my God, yes. That is some of the funniest shit ever. Oh my God. Yeah, there's a guy's head in my freezer. I named him Daisy, and he's always smiling. Always. But that's because I froze his head that way. It's kind of tricky. I'd use toothpicks and shit. Oh, wait a minute. No, I didn't see one that shit himself. I just saw one that got hung up by his belt, like on the fence and couldn't get down. He was stuck like a foot up off the ground. Lance, you smartass. I love you. Like, how old are you to go and shit your pants all because you got hung up on a fence? I don't. That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't get it. Like, how did you lose control of your bowels? Were you that afraid for your life that fence was going to get you? Okay, well, somebody better grab me a link to that shit so that I can at least play it here. And what the hell am I doing? Oh God, I'm pushing buttons with my ass. Awesome. Well, with my hip, but still. Now that would be fucking hilarious. And damn it, you've given me ideas. How dare you say that shit? Yeah, and some of them were bullied by their father to the point where they're like, just like them. Bullies of all shapes and sizes can create some fucked up bullies. Oh, cool. Right on. Well, I think we need to watch that first. Don't you? I think so. I know what I'm doing. Don't you guys tell me. I'm not new. Hey, how come it's playing already? That's bullshit. Okay, see, now I did not see this one. The one that I saw, like the dude didn't lose his pants and he wasn't hanging like that exactly. He was hanging from the waist because, well, he didn't lose his pants. Okay, I'm gonna make this big. And that person's just filming it. I love it.
Oh shit, look, you shit yourself.
Oh my god.
You're off, so I have a shit guy. Fuck, man. Oh, it's right, it's right. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck is that?
Oh my god.
Don't touch it.
That poor son of a bitch. I feel kind of bad for him. Like, I really want to see how he got up there. Like, why he was like, how did this happen? He's all putting his arms out like Superman. What the fuck? I would be a dick. I'd be like, what's the matter? Are you gonna cry?
Why you proud of yourself? You're like out of it. Don't help him, don't help him, don't help him. No, don't, he's a police officer, don't help him. Don't.
Bitch. I think I would help him in the end too. I don't like seeing anybody get humiliated. And... I just realized that my mic's not plugged in.
He's a police officer, he's a scumbag.
Oh my god, is anyone ever going to help him get down?
It's gonna be fun. Don't help him. Fuck him with the police officer. There's the fucking police officer.
Well, his cop buddies didn't even come and help him. These guys did? What the fuck? That's fucked up. He must not be like that. Oh.
Let's follow him in the car. Follow him. He fell over.
Yeah, no shit, he fell over. I take it this guy's never been hung upside down for very long before.
No, I think he is a bit bad.
I have a few times. Got left there.
Bit sick, isn't he? How's that pig?
Oh God, no, stop. That one sure has changed a lot. Oh, me too, Stephanie, me too. My friend's in code is in here? Where? Prove it. Oh, holy shit, there he is. Why does he want to come hang out with me for? I'm just a loser. Capital L. Yeah, autoplay pisses me off for a couple of different reasons. But I will sit in a dead silent room for a really long time without realizing it. I am the coolest loser you know, right? That is not a horse. That's a dog that followed my daughter home. Just like the other 4. Just ask her. She'll tell you. Followed her home in the horse trailer. Oh, what a rude ass. Because I wasn't making phone calls yet, I bet. I'm just, like I said, I thought I would be ready by now, but I'm not. I'm trying to get ready, but I'm fucking the dog over here. God damn it. Fuck. Okay. I got to fix these. Gotta find my cord. It's here somewhere, I think. Oh, what's this? What's this? No, okay, I got it. Hot Rod. I need to hurry up and mod you or you will definitely get fucking bumped. Yeah, I did say fucking the dog. Fucking the dog, ducking the fog. Procrastinating, taking my own sweet ass time. Doing a bunch of nothing for no reason. Well, there's 3 here that will they can follow you home. Because when she goes away to college, she's got to whittle it down to 2. You can't be blocked now. Oh, fuck. Yeah, exactly. Screwed the pooch. You got it. Fucking off. I've been fucking off. B squared. I love you. I haven't played a song yet. I'm going to here in just a second. I've been saying that for like 5-10 minutes now. Ugh. Holy fuck. It was heavy as shit. Oh, not a clue. B squared is pretty fucking great. I love her. Oh yeah, I gotta put this thing in. Oh no, I'm missing a foot. Okay, that's it. My daughter needs to come clean my house. This is ridiculous. Oh, Lance, I haven't even got a chance to break your ears yet. But it's okay, I understand. Have a great day. Oh, I was talking about my oldest one. She's the one who comes and cleans my house for me. She gets paid to do it. She gets paid like $15 an hour to do it, so you know. Oh, come on, Molly, find a hole. Are you kidding me? Am I that stupid? There we go. Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? Well, yeah, he's either being silly or he's just stating like his opinion from his point of view. You know, I can't see what his yard looks like, not from my porch. He can't see what my yard looks like, not from his porch. The only way we're going to know what it looks like from their side of the fence is if they tell us. Not that Hot Rod is one of they or them. I think that he believes in the Constitution, and he believes in us being able to stand on our rights at any time. He just feels a certain way about how it's done. As far as, you know, don't fuck with general public. Because that's not fair. So many people in the public don't understand what you're doing. You got to realize, I didn't learn any of this shit in school. So you know damn well that anybody younger than me didn't learn any of this shit in school. And I'm sure tons of people older than me didn't learn any of this shit in school. They don't teach you dick in school. They do that on purpose. It is part of indoctrination. And if you're there to educate people, well, motherfucking educate people. Don't be a dick to them. Don't freak them out. Don't, you know, get their anxiety up that you might be a fucking terrorist or whatever. Yes, yes, and that is very true. Look at what has happened in Georgia and in Virginia. Yeah, I know. It really needs to be mowed. It's bad. It's really bad. But like, AJ was gonna go and do it, and as soon as he walked outside, it started to rain. So, and it's been like wet out ever since. So, I have a jungle out there. I'm producing oxygen for my neighbors. Damn it. Trippy trips. How's it going? Okay, doke, mommy and Minnie. I will get that pulled up and ready to go. But I got, oh, son of a whore. God damn it. I do dumb things sometimes. But I'm going to play a song right quick, and then then I'll play that, and then I'll get to making these fucking phone calls. I will. Oh, my buddy Bo again just posted a video. I love Bo again. He's got a pretty wife. Holy shit, everybody and their mama is live right now. What the fuck? They better be doing some good for somebody else other than them damn selves. Not that I'm the boss of anybody, but still. I could be if I had a long enough whip. Oh god, that sounded super racist. Strike that last comment. You didn't hear me say that shit. Shit. I know what song I want to play, I just got to find it. Not Offspring. Where it is? Oh, come on. Be here. Some bitch. Ooh, is PDF in here? No. Balls. I was going to play his song that he requested, but since he's not here, I ain't gonna. Holy hell. I know it's here. Somewhere. Oh, crap. Okay. Oh, my thingy's not plugged in. Son of a bitch. Fuck my life. Sorry, guys. Fuck, I'm back. Son of a bitch. I would fuck up a wet dream if you gave me a chance. So irritated right now. And it is all Eva's fault, that stupid dog. I'm gonna make this blacker. I can't handle it. It's too bright. At the whenever my windows get closed, I have to sign back into everything like I've never signed in before. It's fucking stupid. Ow, ow, ow. Oh my god, I'm gonna scream. Fuck it, you guys are gonna listen to Patsy Cline because I'm just done looking. So son of a whore. Hang on. It's got me all fucked up now. I blame Eva. It's all her fault. Okay. God damn it. I sound awesome today. For fuck's sakes. That's just bullshit. I don't accept that. I just don't. Trying something else. Can't handle it. My morning routine is fucked. Oh, stop that bullshit. All right, never mind. I'm done. I give up. I concede. I lose this battle. Let's make a phone call, huh? Why is this still white? I need it dark. I can't do it white. It hurts my eyes. There we go. Is there anybody that has shown up that needs to be blue that isn't? Doesn't look like it. Okay, so what do you guys think? Should we make a phone call right quick? At least try one. No, I don't know what that is. I mean, obviously it's an orchestra, but I don't know. There is no list for the ADA. It literally says any device or program that assists somebody in their adult daily living skills is considered an assistive device. Any. And then they have like this little short list of for instance, these things are assistive devices. Just to give an example. But that's it. There's no actual list. And I have every single ADA booklet downloaded onto my computer that you could think of, including the ones for the courts with the rules the courts are supposed to follow. And as much as I love Blind Justice, he is my friend. He was my neighbor. I wish he'd come home. Him and I disagree on many things. Often, actually. Quite often. And I don't have a problem disagreeing with him. I'll still support him when I disagree with him, but I will make it known that I do not agree. And I do. Oh, hello, Norma. Thank you for coming by. You are absolutely correct, Norma. You are absolutely correct. Did you hear that, AJ? You heard that? Check the video camera or look, one of the two, because somebody was just... It's the mail. It's 7:30 in the morning.
Mhm.
Go see what they dropped off. That's weird. Sorry. Distraction. Oh yeah. What do you want to see? You want to see the Oh no. They were going to provide him with a secretary or some shit. Somebody that he doesn't know and he doesn't trust. And the thing is they can't replace your assistive devices with a person or something else. They have to accommodate you with the devices you have if you already have them. What the hell is this? I just got something from Amazon. B squared. Does this have to do with you? You're the only one that I know of that can get Amazon to deliver something at 7:30 in the damn morning. So, oh nope, it doesn't have anything to do with you. But oh, it's because they delivered it to the wrong person yesterday. I don't get it. Why didn't they just bring it with the regular mail? Bucket of crazy. It's something for AJ's mom. Hot Rod, whether you think he needs them or not has nothing to do with the law. Those items were provided to him by a professional healthcare provider to aid him. They are his assistive devices. He cannot be denied his assistive devices no matter where he goes. Cannot. I know that you don't like it, and I know that you think it's wrong on some level, but it is not illegal. And what they're doing to him is illegal. Ooh, it's a tiny, don't tease. Don't tease. Don't tease. Be nice. No, it's how he sees it. And I understand why he sees it that way. And I think that maybe not so many years ago, I would have probably seen it that way too. No, we're not going to agree, honey. And that's okay. And we don't have to be mean to each other either. There is a doctor, a quite famous doctor in England somewhere, who is blind, who uses a GoPro for his appointments, for everything he does during the day. But Blind Justice did not have his GoPro on or on him at the time when he was trying to go into that building. He had his phone, he had his wristband doomahickey. Have you seen, hey guys, what's that dude's name that drives me crazy? You weren't even here for that. High Impact. Have you seen High Impact's video about Blind Justice that he posted yesterday? Because I think he explains it better than any of us have. Well, I don't know if you have or not, but I'm going to go ahead and grab it. And okay. stuff and things. Okay, this is like an 8-minute video, but that's okay. I'm just going to play it to the part where he like explains the wristband device to Mahiki that's hooked up to his phone.
For the ID. You got about 2 seconds before a window's getting busted out. Can you tell us the reason? Please don't smash.
I'm afraid to put my hand down. Listen, I'm afraid to put my hand down because I don't want you to say that
We're afraid of you.
I already am afraid.
Please don't smash your window.
Please don't smash my window. I don't want to reach
Please
down.
stop. Please stop. What do you need?
Are cops out there serving and protecting, or for the most part, harassing and collecting? And why do they call it a justice system when so much injustice is being done by the courts? Hey guys, before we get into today's video, I want to give a real quick shout out to today's sponsor, Virtual Shield VPN. And the reason I promote it, guys, is because I use it every single day and I know that it works, and I've proven it in videos in the past. If you use the link in the description, you're going to get 50% off, and that's going to help you protect your identity, your activity, and your location anytime you're surfing on the net. That link is in the description below. I want to highlight the abuse of disabled people by the legal system in the good old USSA. This is just one example of a blind American who was not only denied his right, he was kidnapped by law enforcers and unjustly thrown into a cage. Not because he committed a crime and left a real victim, but because the injustice system broke their own laws. On October 6, 2020, a blind U.S. veteran and disability rights activist named Mike, who operates a YouTube channel called Blind Justice, was arrested right here on the steps of Rockingham County Judicial Center in North Carolina in the good old USSA. He was arrested in the presence of witnesses who filmed the entire thing. One of the witnesses was his attorney. When he arrived at the courthouse, he was prevented from entering the building by officers due to the fact that he uses electronic recording devices to act as his eyes, take and retrieve notes, and support his memory. The only thing Blind Justice wanted to do was use his cell phone and an application like this called Be My Eyes, which offers assistance by talking to the blind person through earphones and directing them where they need to go. For example, using the phone camera, the app assistant can let the visually impaired person know that in 10 feet there's an obstruction nearby, and it can also let them know where the jar of peanut butter is in the cabinet or if the milk is expired. Basically, the app assistant becomes eyes for those who are blind. Because he wanted to use assistance devices like this, Mike is sitting in a jail cell right now. That day, while Mike's entry was being blocked, his lawyer proceeded to the courtroom to inform the judge, who immediately issued an arrest warrant for failure to appear, which immediately led to the arrest of Blind Justice right there on the steps of the courthouse. How's that for a little bit of irony? District Court Judge Chris Freeman had previously improperly denied the Americans with Disabilities Act request for reasonable accommodation filed by Blind Justice asking for the use of these devices, but he appeared at the courthouse in good faith in the hopes that his rights under the federal ADA as well as North Carolina state law would be respected and he would be allowed fair and equal access. Judge James Tony Grogan issued the arrest warrant and was responsible for setting bail and determining jail time. And get this, Blind Justice is currently incarcerated until his trial date, which has been rescheduled to November 9th unless he can come up with the extortion amount of $50,000, at which point he'd be held under house arrest until that date. And here's the kicker. According to legal advice, a judge is not supposed to impose a sentence on the charge of failure to appear that would exceed the maximum sentence that would have been imposed had he been found guilty of the underlying original charge. Even if somebody had a clear criminal record, no prison term would be imposed for a Class 2 misdemeanor, which is what this was classified as. The ridiculously high bail amount, especially for somebody who didn't even commit a crime, is also a violation of the 8th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution and Article 1, Section 27 of the North Carolina Constitution. So what was the original charge for? Blind Justice was due to appear as a defendant in a second-degree misdemeanor charge of resisting an officer, which arose on February 21st when he was arrested while being a passenger in a car with his wife while they were playing Pokemon in a publicly accessible parking area of a church in the town of Madison, North Carolina. While no articulable reason has ever been established and no primary charges filed, Blind Justice was still arrested for not producing identification in what the officer deemed a timely fashion, despite the fact that North Carolina is not a stop and ID state and the legality of the stop is highly questionable. As none of this actually constitutes a crime, the district attorney settled on the charge of resisting an officer after discussion with the local magistrate in the courtroom. In this original incident, Blind Justice, who, like many blind people, suffers from severe photophobia or light sensitivity, was put on suicide watch, stripped naked, and deprived of his hat and prescription blackout glasses in a permanently brightly lit cell. And guys, there was no reason to do this. This guy is not suicidal. A lot of blind people out there can attest to the fact that this kind of exposure to light leads to severe, debilitating migraines and is tantamount to a cruel form of torture, leaving him so severely debilitated that he's unable to speak. When the nurse tried to do a health check on him, he gestured for a pen to write, but this was denied.
I didn't want that to play all the way through. If anybody hasn't seen it yet, please go over to High Impact TV and finish watching it. Just because I think High Impact TV can be a bastard doesn't mean that he's not a good dude and that he doesn't do good work. He does. He just won't argue with me. Hey, John. What I told you, like, I tell you lots of stuff, so I don't know what you're talking about. But while you're typing that up, I'm going to go ahead and make a call. As soon as I can find the dial pad thing on my phone. So many apps on my phone that I can't find my dialer. No, I think I'm going to get a voicemail.
Nine one 9-8-1.
Oh, shit, because I dialed the wrong number. No, I didn't. Then why did it say that? That's really weird. (919) 733-5654. Why would it tell me the wrong phone number? I don't get it.
Nine one 9-8-1-2-5-2-8-2 is not available.
That's weird. Yes, my name is Noli D, and I am calling about a remonstrance that you were sent. I need to know if it was seen and what plan of action you have decided to take with it. If you could give me a call back, 360, yeah, just one moment. Like I'm putting my phone number out here. Okay, I gotta type in that I left a message. And then move on to the next one. Crapper. Nine. And I suppose I should see what you guys are doing right quick. Don't lie, you guys don't agree. It'll ruin my day.
Hello, you've reached the voicemail of Representative Mary Belk. Please be sure to leave your phone number as well as a detailed message so that we can get back to you as soon as possible. Have a great day.
Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Yes, my name is Noli D, and I am calling about a remonstrance that you were sent via email not too long ago. Maybe a few weeks ago now, actually. And I would like to know what the status is as far as that goes. If you've seen it or not, and like what your plan of action is. Please give me a call back at I got somebody answered one of the numbers I called yesterday, so and the dude was honest with me too, and it blew my mind. I was kind of in shock for a while. It was really refreshing, and I wish that all people were that way. It would just life would be so much easier. At least we'd have at least we'd have knowledge before we made a decision. If everybody was honest.
Sorry. Susan Horn, Office of Representative John Bell, is not available. Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Yes, I am calling about a remonstrance that was sent to you guys via email a while back. I'd like to know what the status is of it and what your plan of action is. If you could give me a call back at 360, I would be grateful. Thanks. Bye-bye. Let's see. That was Susan something. It's John Bell's secretary or whatever. Oh, what the hell? Why? Crap, what did I just do to myself? Okay, there we go. I would pull the screen up and let you guys see it, but I'm worried that some lazy won't look it up themselves person will see this and take the numbers and make these calls, but not these calls. They'll make a different call to these same numbers and do it for no other reason other than to sabotage. But others are working so hard and are giving up their freedom to try and do. And I just can't have that on me. So if there's any dickheads out there who think they need to do something like that, fucking look it up yourself. And have fun. Because there's like 200 and some phone numbers here. Okay. Check on you guys. Hey guys. I love boobies. Go home and touch yourselves. Make sure you don't have booby cancer. Because it is that month. Yeah. I only got one person yesterday. Like, even after I was done with my live feed, like, I called a handful more numbers and, like, nobody. Hey guys, I'm with you on that. And when I say I'm with you, I'll help get rid of the body, okay? But I can't kill nobody. But if it's already dead, I'd just be like an accessory after the fact or something, right? I agree. And I believe that these two judges have gone outside of their like they're not abusing their power. They went outside of it and they are doing things that are illegal outside of their reach, their legal reach, because they want to and because they can. What kind of a crazy name is that? Oh, I need to come over there and see this. Oh, it looks way different over on StreamYards. So free. Oh, I know who it is. And hello, Denise Wynn. I apologize. Yeah, that shout out's been there since, well, for like a year now. That shout out is at the end of almost every segment. I think there might have been 2 in the last year where that wasn't there. I'm doing it right now. Woo! Morning, Rocksteady. Oh, see, there you go. Never mind. Aviator will help you get rid of the bodies. He knows what he's doing. And he flies, so you know. You got to run from the law. His car goes faster because it flies. Yeah, Denise, I absolutely adore Taya. She is near and dear to my heart. Oh, Amanda, that's so sweet. Thank you. Right back at you. Hey, Puget Sound Community Watch. Holy smogoli. You're my neighbor, too. You're just a faraway neighbor. I got both hands up, and I would make my dog lift her hands up, but I don't know where she's at. Oh, you wanted an update. Okay, so Mrs. Justice has spoken with another prisoner there at the prison who only gets one 5-minute phone call a week. But he used his one 5-minute phone call to call her to pass on a message from Blind Justice. Dude, you're upside down and backwards. But, so anyway, they are trying to force him to take medication that he's not already prescribed. They've still got him in a room that is bright as hell, 24 hours a day. He has not spoken to his attorney. He has not spoken to anybody. And that just tells me that that attorney is a fucking sack of garbage, and I want to kick him in his sack. And he wants out of there. He is starting to fear them getting a court order to force him, like physically force him, either by a needle or by G-tube, to take these medications that he doesn't know anything about. Now, all I can say is, if I couldn't see and I was thrown into a prison setting where they were forcing me to do things that I either physically couldn't do or was, terrified to do, because they kill people. Look at the statistics inside of prisons, how many people die, and it's like cause of death is unknown, or it's ruled natural, but then there's blunt force trauma. It's crazy. It is fucking crazy. I researched it for Taya, and we ended up never using it, and I think the old man ended up using it, or is gonna use it on one of his stories or something. I don't know. I don't remember. But it's fucking crazy how many people die in lockup, and there's never a real cause of death. Yay! I'm so glad to hear that. I like Al. He's a nice dude. But anyway, so that's where we're at. She's was told to contact this other bondsman person, because they have to have like equity or like collateral or whatever to get him out without having the $50,000 cash. So she's contacting this other bondsman that the attorney told her to contact, but now she's having issues with the attorney not calling her back again, and it's a bucket of fucking crazy. But anyway, he wants to be bailed out. He needs to be bailed out. Had it been like, a call I could have fucking made and just said, here's the 50 grand, go get him, it would have been same day. It would have been fucking out. Because, well, I don't know, my dad was blind, and this is going to sound weird, but his wife beat the fuck out of him. And the punches that she threw, he never saw coming, because he had no fucking eyes. Being in a prison, they can do so much worse. And legally, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can't call 911. Yes, honey, there is. Well, it's not a pool. It's just their PayPal. But if you want to see receipts, all you got to do is email her, and she will email you a screenshot. That's not mine, honey. That's my daughter's. That's a new one that followed her home. She said, followed her home in the damn horse trailer. When I get old and senile, am I going to say that same story over and over and over again? I wonder. I'm very proud of my little girl. Very proud of her. She's amazing. She's not quite 17 yet, and she's got 2 jobs and decent grades. She plans on going to a college in Oregon. I can't remember which one now. She wants to be a veterinarian. My oldest is in a community college getting her prereqs done. She's going into marine biology. She works for me. She works for Catholic Community Services. She works for an IEP, and she's also a proctor part-time and is going to school, going to college. Oh, and she just bought her first house. Oh, thanks, guys. I was going to do that and then didn't, and I'm so glad I have you. I love you guys. My coffee's cold. Ew. Oh, of course. Anybody can come up. I'm sorry. I was going to post the... Okay, so my day is not starting out like it normally does, so I don't have my head on straight, all right? And no, I don't need a kick in the ass. I just need somebody to come do this for me. I'm a girl and I can't do it. Oh, horsies, yeah. You know, we had one, an old Appy horse she was one of the roan Appies, so, you know, she wasn't one of the pretty ones, but I thought she was cool looking because, you know, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I'm gorgeous, so. But she was 52 years old when she died, and not 2 weeks before her death, I bulldogged 4 calves off of her in our lower field. Rock City, that is awesome. It is good to have a vet in the family and at least a nurse practitioner in the family. Pull my boots up. I don't have my boots on. Oh, there was a package that showed up from Amazon, and I thought, well, the only person who can get them to deliver at weird hours and on days that, you know, weird days is you. I don't know anybody else who can get that done. So I thought maybe you had pulled some shit and had sent me something. But it wasn't. What happened was I had ordered some yarn for AJ's mom, and it got sent to Enumclaw. And so it got
How you doing?
I'm doing.
Hi, I'm sorry. I lost internet. But I'm fucking fuck. I'm telling you, it's not my day.
What the hell, Noli?
Exactly. What the hell?
Hey, don't feel bad. The last 3 days I've been having trouble with my unit.
Oh shit. Well, I'm sorry.
I'm parked in the driveway. I should be picking up the Wi-Fi from the house.
Are ya?
Yeah, I just got out of work about a half hour ago.
Oh, that fucking graveyard shift, huh?
Yeah, 11 to 7:30. But I don't mind it because the shift differential is about $1.50 more than what the regular pay is.
Hey, right on. And you know what? I knew that. I knew that you went to graveyard shift. I'm a dumbass.
But
I'm just, you know.
just a little update. Al SoCal is home. He got out this morning.
What did they bust him on?
I have no idea. As far as I know, he was over at West Valley Detention Center, and I think it was public drunkenness, and because he took off from the east.
Oh, so he wasn't working. He was he was fucking the dog too.
I don't know, because all I saw, because I was in the car waiting to clock in, and I saw a little bit of his live stream where it was just black and everyone's like, what the hell happened? You know, what's going on with Al? Is he okay and whatnot? And then I had to go clock in. And then one of my subscribers, who is a mod in Al's live chat, emailed me. And then from that email, I went and I called Jen Wow and talked to her. And she was telling me that people were blowing up her phone and asking about him. So it just it was kind of a crazy night, and I looked at the comments and everything when I had the chance, and they were saying about public drunkenness and whatnot. So
Well, you know, we all do stupid things at stupid times and stupid places.
yeah,
I ain't gonna judge him for that because, well, if he's fucking chickens, I'm fucking turkeys. You know, I ain't got no room to judge or no room to talk.
No way you got no room for bullshit.
Yeah,
I'm not saying what you just said, Noli. I'll get myself in trouble.
I'm a turkey fucker. What can I say?
I did a tattoo on a friend of mine. She likes chickens. So she found this rooster, and it's like a tribal rooster. So I did it the way she wanted the picture done. My girlfriend, who worked with her at the time, went in and asked her, "Hey, how's your big black cock?" And it was maybe 6 inches tall. So, yeah, it was funny.
Hey, how Triple H said Vince McMahon, Vince like cocky.
Yeah.
I am covered in tattoos. People are surprised by that, and I think it's funny that people get surprised by that.
There's nothing wrong with tattoos.
I love my tattoos, even the one I got that I don't remember getting, and I just remember waking up to it.
I mean, come on now. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Is that me that lost connection or you?
No.
Okay, I see it. All right. I'm gonna make another call. So I got one on the keypad pulled up. Thing,
right.
Words, stuff, things.
Well, then I'll mute my mic.
Okie dokie. Balls.
Hello, you've reached Emily Hagstrom. While we are social distancing during COVID-19, phone calls for Representative Vernetta Alston are also being forwarded to this number. Please leave your name, number, and a brief message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. If you are calling with a message for Representative Alston, you can also email me at emily.hagstrom@ncleg.gov. Thank you and have a good day. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Yeah, my name's Noli D, and I am calling for Marianne Black, and I'm calling about a remonstrance she was sent a while back. I would like to know the status of it and what her course of action is going to be when it pertains to it. So if you could please give me a call back. My number is I think I trust most of you guys with my phone number, but that doesn't. Who knows who's going to come in next? Who knows who's watching and who's not talking? I used to post my phone number right up in the chats. I didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, that's one thing. I'll give my number out, but it's only to like close people or whatnot. Al has my number. He can text me anytime he needs it or needs something. If I'm able to get there, I'll drive over and see him. Jen has it because I live maybe 5 minutes from Jen.
Oh, right on.
Oh, God help me. But yeah, I was gonna pick Jen up this morning, and we were gonna drive over to Fontana or to where Al was and try to find something out if he was gonna be in there for a while or if they were gonna release him. So
I think Jen's a nice lady, and I think she means well. And I get irritated when people nitpick each other and like purposely fucking try and tear each other down. It's a waste of fucking time and energy and just
yeah, I don't
like, imagine the good you could do with that same amount of fucking energy and time, and like grow up. I'm the only one that gets to act like a child. God damn it.
We got Glenn Wang to come up. He's
I thought
backstage.
Well, why did he get off of the stage?
I don't know. He just sent me a private message. I backstage.
Sorry. I'm a jackass.
But yeah.
It's okay. What happened? I got cut off somehow. My unit kind of messed up.
I blame Eba. Eba did it.
Oh. Well, I blame that internet doing it.
Just making phone calls, and I probably should check my email and see if anybody else has sent any bids on paintings.
Yeah, how many sell so far?
I've sold 2 so far, and I've got 2 people who have contacted me about 1 each, and they're both available, but I haven't heard back from them. And so I don't know if I sold 2 so far, and I got 2 people inquiring right now. And I have a request that I'm working on from Kitra that I should have done in a couple of days, as long as I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it at this moment, but I've only got the head of the animal done, and sometimes
oh, nice.
Sometimes like the head will end up looking really, 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 really big, and the body will look really, really tiny. And so I've got to fix it over and over and over again.
Proportionate.
Oh, Joe, thanks. That is so nice. You guys are just being so nice to me today. I feel so loved.
Yeah, I saw some of your pictures that you drew.
Say that one more time.
Yeah, I saw some of your pictures that you drew.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm actually way better at drawing than I am at painting. I'm still learning how to paint. It's a work in progress, sort of.
It's switching from that one medium to.
Yeah, and like going from black and white to color too, like, is weird. Shadows are different.
Yeah. Well, also taking the two different colors and blending them, that's what I had a lot of issue with.
Oh man, dude, yeah, and some of the colors that you mix together, the color that you get is not the color you thought you was going to get at all.
I've seen portraits done or just watercolor paintings that came from a guy in jail doing life, and you would have thought that everything would have been that the guy was out there living the life, years and years of practice, and he became so good that he's one of the best painters in that jail.
Yeah, I seen something similar like that. Where the guy made let it post, and he put like the cartoon characters on it.
Yeah, some of the best artists I've ever seen have been in jail or prison.
Yep.
Like jaw dropping good. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You should be in art school. What are you doing here?
Not only artists, but guitar players.
Oh yeah.
Started up in jail.
I was locked up with an opera singer once. I climbed over a guard to whoop her ass. But I'd been in lockdown for so long, and I'd just done 7 months in one county jail, and was, finally shipped up here to my county and thrown in jail.
I had a friend who was 21 years old, excellent guitar player, songwriter, and everything, and he ended up committing suicide when he was locked up. He was one of the ones that helped teach me a little bit of how to play and whatnot. Oh.
Yeah, I used to play guitar, but it's been so long I played. I can't tell you how to play it now.
Oh, I forgot a lot. Even though I own 2 guitars, I don't play enough anymore. Oh.
Yeah.
But
that's how I am.
I gotta get inside and check, see if the kids are up and doing their schoolwork.
Some bitch.
You're back.
I know. I'm gonna make another call since I'm here. That bitch.
But I gotta get in and check on the kids, make sure they're doing their schoolwork. So.
Oh my God, will you beat them for me? Huh. Children love beatings, just a little.
Actually, they are really good kids.
Oh, mine are too, but they still love beatings.
The young.
You've reached the office of Representative Hugh Blackwell. I am sorry we can't take your call right now. If you would kindly leave your name and best phone number, we will return your call as soon as possible. Have a great day. Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Hello, my name is Nuli D, and I'm calling about a remonstrance that was sent to you guys via email from Inside is Free. I would like to know if you guys have gotten it, if you've looked it over, and what you plan on doing about it. If you could give me a call at 3. Well, there's another one down.
And how many more to go?
Oh my gosh. Hang on just a second and I'll tell you. So 26 down and like 170 something to go.
Oy vey.
Yeah.
Just imagine if you didn't have a cell phone with free calling.
I would cry. I would cry. Oh my God. Remember back in the day when like long distance from your house phone was like so expensive that
Oh yeah.
like if you got caught making a long distance call, you were going to get smacked the fuck down.
Yeah.
Especially before 5 o'clock. Oh God.
After 5, it was okay.
But who the fuck is open after 5? Nobody.
My aunt used to wait till like 8, 9 o'clock at night, and she lived in California, and she would call her mom. And
on the East Coast.
Oh yeah. Oh my
That's
God.
fucked up.
And they would talk for like an hour or two. So it was crazy.
Who is next on the list? Scott Brewer.
But I'm gonna go ahead and get off here and
okay, we'll take it easy and you know.
I'm gonna contact Al later on. I just want to give him a little bit of time to get some rest and
yeah. Give him my love when you talk to him.
All right. You guys take it easy.
You too. You too.
I'll try. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, now I want to play a song. What the hell?
Yeah, I want to hit back to the chat and thank you. I wanted to come on and say hi to you.
Well, I appreciate that. I love you to bits.
And I'll be in the chat, okay?
Okay, honey. I'll see you over there. I'm gonna find a song and I'm gonna play it because I want to. And damn it, these motherfuckers aren't gonna fucking answer anyway. What bothers me is that I haven't gotten a phone call back from yesterday's phone calls, like from any of the calls that I made. And the ones that I called the day before that, never got any phone calls back from anybody. And that just irritates me. I don't love it. It's really annoying. Oh, hey, Matt's out of jail, guys. I thought he was out yesterday, but apparently not. I don't know what the ego is. What, did you guys lose me again? No? Okay. Well, you sons of whores. You're all shiny. Where is... Oh, and Howard, to answer your question, there's like one song by, well, it's not actually by Nora Jones, it's by, oh, holy crap, I've seen him in concert, what the fuck? Plays country music, has long braids, older than dirt. Willie Nelson. It's one of his songs. But Nora Jones redid it. But I can't play it like her. Like someday maybe I'll play like her, but I do like her version of that song though. And her very first album, I think, is probably my favorite one. But she doesn't have a bad album. I don't see it, so. No, stop. You don't get to make noise. I get to make noise. And I get to do it badly. That's too loud. Oh, God damn it. No, that's not bad. I can handle that. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Balls! Just wanted to add that. Sorry. Damn it. I'm trying, guys. I'm sorry. That was horrible. God dang it. That sounds good. That sounds good. That sounds good. I can play this one. one, guys. And I bet you I lost signal or some shit while I was playing it too, just cause. Nope. Ooh, that song, It's Life, that's a good song. No, That's Life. That's what it is. Balls, nuts, lady balls, you know, the ones that they carry on their chest. I saw the word multiple and I got all excited, B squared, and you broke my fucking heart by the following words. You know that I pretend not to think about that. Oh, Glenn, thank you so much. Actually, that song, Only You, was sang by the Platters. And my friend, who is no longer with us, Napoleon Fuller, was part of the Platters. And he died here in Aberdeen probably 10, 12 years ago now. He died from AIDS, complications from AIDS. But he was found homeless up here in this area, starving to death, not okay. And I'm not sure who picked him up and brought him in, but we took care of him. We got him all back to neat and healthy, and we found him an apartment. And we filled that apartment full of stuff and things, and kind of became his family, just like he kind of became ours. And he started getting involved in activism and stuff. And the last 10 or 15 years of his life were quality. He wasn't with his blood, but he was always with family. And he was a very special person. And he used to sing Only You and Smoke Gets in Your Eyes to me every morning. And he had such a pretty voice, even then, as old as he was, you know. He had a really pretty voice. For real. Holy crap. Oops. Pushing buttons. Jen, wow. Hello. Well, I suppose I should make another phone call. What do you guys think? Probably just keep moving forward a little bit. James Bowles. That's who we're calling next. Back up. 733-5903. Here we go. Another phone call. Hey guys, don't forget to check out my paintings that are here on YouTube. And if you would like one, it's name your own price. Just email me a screen grab.
You have reached the office of Representative Jamie Bowles. Please leave your name, number, and a brief message, and we will call you back as quickly as possible. Thank you. Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Hi, my name is Noli D, and I am calling about a remonstrance that you were sent via email from Inside Is Free a while back. I would like to know if you guys have seen it yet, if the representative has seen it, and what they plan on doing with it. Action needs to happen. I get that there's an election coming up, but that means that people haven't voted yet. So maybe maybe somebody should at least pretend to take a look. You can reach me at I might be getting sick of answering machines. I don't know. I've only spoken with one person out of 27 so far. That is ridiculous. One. I don't love it. But anyway, so all the proceeds from the sale of my paintings, and they are all mine. I painted them myself, so don't expect it to be awesome. But I got some that are really small and some that are really huge. I got one that's really huge. It's like, I don't know, 3.5 feet by 3 feet. Something like that, maybe. Maybe a little bigger than that. I don't know. But I know it's way bigger than any frame I have. And the biggest frame that I have is like 30 by 20, I think. So. And it's way bigger than that. It's like 4 of those. Just shy of 4 of those. But anyway, so all the proceeds go to Blind Justice, excluding, of course, the shipping. I would eat the shipping, but I can't. I'm a broke hoe right now, too. I've sold 2 paintings already, and the money was transferred within minutes over to Miss Justice, and I'm sure that she'd be happy to tell you so. I just cannot tell you who bought the paintings, because it's none of your damn business. But I really hope that they like them, because they're one of the both of them are double-sided ones with decent paintings on both sides, on both of them. But the painting on the back side of one, it's okay. So you guys, for just the religious people who actually read their Bible, there's a 7-eyed goat that is mentioned in the book of Daniel and in Revelations, and it is essentially the lamb that they slaughter in the place of Jesus Christ, basically depicting the crucifixion of Jesus. But not the first one, like the second coming, which, I mean, like, it depends on if you're a Jew or if you're a Christian, or I don't know. You know what? Everybody's got their own fucking idea about it. But anyway, this 7-eyed goat is mentioned both in the book of Daniel and in Revelations. That is what's on one side of this thing. And it has like blood red wings and stuff, and it looks kind of evil. I was really angry that day, I'm just gonna say. And that's just what I painted. But on the other side of it is what is on the other side of that one? I can't remember now. I was so stressed out about that part of it that I don't remember what was on the other side of it. It's not the poppies with the women in front of it. It's the other one. Oh, it's Lady Justice all beaten to shit with what do you call it? A mushroom cloud going up behind her. That's the other one. That's what's on the other side, and that's the one that was bought in. But then you got like this evil looking thing on the back of it. Tiny fuckers will come up here. Come up here. I'll let you make a call if you want. There. Come on. I'm glad I'm not paying too much attention to the chat, because I hate this story. It bothers me to death. First time I heard it, bitch made me cry. You know what story? And I'm not saying it out loud. You can't make me. Fuckers, get up here. Come on. Tiny fuckers, get up here. Come visit me. Yes, your story, asshole. Oh, you love my singing? You mean my son of a bitch, damn it, balls. It is great singing, right? I think it's great singing anyway. I don't know. My voice can make you go deaf, and my ass will make you go blind. Yep, yep. Something. I don't know. That's all you get. That was a really long song, right? Is this the Born This Way that I can play? It might be. Just cuss words. Just cuss words, I promise. I don't. I mean, I know the song, but I don't know how to play it. But I will. Where's my paper? I can learn how to play it, or at least pretend to learn how to play it to where it almost sounds like I'm playing it. I've got a paper here somewhere that has a list on it. Starting a new one. B squared, you took my pen, give it back. Give it back right now. I know you've got it. And you totally missed your chance to, like, say boo to AJ when he went out to get the meal. You could have booed him. Oh, I found it. Oh my god, little fucker. That is exactly what it'll sound like. Well, what the shit? Well, maybe you should go in there and adjust the settings, because it was like shut off and like fucked up for a while, remember? But I think everything's still the same, so you should be able to get in there and like fix it and stuff. Yeah, that's right. Perfect. You tell him that. And then when he hits the grass, tell him, stay out of my yard. Because I don't know why, but I find those words to be fucking hilarious. Okay, well, let's see. Next phone call. Next phone call. It's going to be to some dude named Scott. So annoying and like kind of defeat. I think I need like 1 out of every 3 or 4 to answer, to not feel like I'm just spinning my wheels. But when someone does answer, it throws me off because I'm not expecting anyone to answer.
Hello?
Yeah. Is this Representative Scott Brewer's office?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Is this Representative Scott Brewer's office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm calling because a while back you guys were sent a remonstrance from Inside is Free, from the email address Inside is Free, and I was wondering if the Representative Brewer had taken a look at it or not yet, and if he has, what he plans to do with it.
You're saying this email was from what email address? Will you repeat that?
It was from insightisfree@gmail.
Okay. Can you tell me what the contents of the email were?
It is a remonstrance to encourage you guys to impeach a judge down there in Madison. No, yeah. Judge Chris Freeman is who is about. he has a blind veteran sitting in prison over a misdemeanor right now that has no jail time for its punishment. But this man's sitting in a prison, so we want him gone, and we want this remonstrance dealt with, at least looked at.
All right. Can you tell me the county that you're
This is
calling about? Because
this is Rock. Is it Rockdale? You guys help me out here. Hey, fellas. What is the county name? I apologize. Just 1 second. Oh, yeah, it is Rockdale. The county is Rockdale.
Rockdale?
Yes.
Okay, I don't believe that's a county in North Carolina.
It certainly is. Because my friend is sitting in Raleigh, a prison in Raleigh right now over this, and so I'm certain that it's in North Carolina.
Okay, well, I'd be happy to take a look at the email again, but it doesn't sound like you're a constituent, Representative Brewer, and that's usually what this line is for, is constituents in our House district for issues that they need.
We have sent it to everybody, because literally everybody, because it's a judge. We've sent it to all of you guys, because all you guys have to get together to make this decision. It requires all of you to make this decision to get rid of a judge who is dirty and foul. And there's actually a lot more to the story that should be, the whole entire state's concerned, because the abuse on the citizens that this person is doing, and on whims, like because he doesn't like you, he is going to do some horrible thing, like throw you in a prison because of a misdemeanor. It is disgusting, and by doing nothing, it just shows that elected officials don't care. No matter what part, you're still part of that state, and this is partly your guys' decision. It's going to take all of you to make this decision to make it happen, and so no matter what, he's got to look at this thing anyway, because somebody is going to bring this up. And everybody's going to have to get together and have a big old meeting about it and make sure that it happens. Because if not, your state is going to lose so much federal funding that's already been paid to you that it will bankrupt your state because of ADA laws, because he is a blind veteran. And the reason he is, I'm not going to get into it with you, but trust and believe, when this is all said and done, this could either look really, really great for the representatives or really, really bad for the representatives, because it'll be their fault that the state loses on all the funding that has already been given to them and been spent for years by these courts saying that they are ADA compliant when they are not. They are not only not ADA compliant.
I'll be happy to look back at the email. This is not a case that I've heard of, and again, this line that I only handle
the garbage
Okay.
part of Windows
Well,
10.
I'm live again. Sorry. So how much of that phone call did you guys get? Any of it? This shit's gonna piss me off. I'm gonna fucking lose my shit. I'm answering my fucking question. That's what we're doing now. Okay, well that's better than poking the eye with a sharp stick. Yeah, it's starting to piss me off. I'm being told that it's because of my FL Studios. It's on my computer. It was on there when I bought the computer. It's the reason I bought the computer is because it was on there already. To find out the motherfucker that had it on there bootlegged it. And apparently because of the way Windows 10 is set up, fucking it does some funky stupid shit. If you have bootlegged anything on it, or I don't know anything about computers, so I don't know what I'm talking about. But yeah, there you go. That's the reason why. So I guess I'll go ahead and have him take it off. But that means that I'm going to get like GarageBand or something. I'm going to get something like that. What, you lost me again? No, I'm still here. You found me. We're okay. Oh, so in the notes, I put, talk to an asshole. He was an asshole. That guy was a shit. He was just a total shit. And I don't like being talked down to. And so I will be a shit right back. Even
the
though
wireless customer you called is not available at this time. Please try your call again later. Announcement 1. The wireless customer you called is not available.
Oh, he's dirty like me. Don't set up that fucking voicemail shit. Don't set it up. You don't have to check it. Oh. Let's see. No answer is what I should put over here. No. So I'm gonna make 3 more calls. Oh no, wait, 2 more calls, and then I'm gonna call again. For now, I'll make more calls. I just kind of irritated now. Oh, speaker. We are calling Cecil Brockman now.
Hello, you've reached the office of Representative Cecil Brockman. Please leave your name, number, and a message, and somebody will return your call.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Yeah, my name's Noedy, and I am calling to see about a remonstrance that you were sent via email from Inside is Free. I would like to know. Well, that was weird. Well, I'm gonna leave that one blank and just try and call it later. Let's get to the next one. Mark Brody. Okay.
you've reached Christina Musser. Please leave me your message and your phone number as well, and I look forward to getting back to you soon. Thank you very much for calling, and have a great day. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hi, my name is Noli D, and I am calling to see if you have received a remonstrance from insideisfree@gmail.com. And I would like to know if the representative has seen it, and if so, what the representative plans to do with it, and what course of action is going to be taken. This is a very important issue that needs to be dealt with right away. If you could please give me a call back. My number's so annoying. I wish I could just feel safe and comfy by just not hitting that mute button. Oh, left message. Okay. Alrighty. So I'm gonna call it good on that for right now, and probably pick it back up in a couple of hours. I just my normal routine got fucked off, and so I wanna unfuck it. B squared poster link, damn it. Oh wait, you can't do that from your stupid phone, can you? I got you. It just take me. Oh, Smack and Pie is live. Ricky Monday is live. He's driving truck again. I bet you he's got jokes for days. Slow down. Slow down. Be squared. Oh, there she is. I found it. Copy link. Hey, I was doing it for you, asshole. Don't click hers. This one. This one over here. I forgot I put my nose fucker face. I'm all, wait a minute. What am I looking at? Oh, gosh. Starbird, hello. What proof do we have? He's breaking the law, and he has somebody sitting in a prison over a misdemeanor that even if he had a string of a past, which he doesn't, this is, he has no past whatsoever when it comes to being convicted of a crime. It carries no jail sentence whatsoever. It's a small fine. Darling, you want to come up? Starbird, you want to come up? We can argue together. It'd be fun. Yeah, no lady, stupid computer. Yeah? Okay, hang on just a sec. So, but yeah, we were making phone calls and stuff, but I'm taking a break from that right now just because I've been getting a lot of answering machines and I'm super discombobulated today. There you go. She's awesome, isn't she? Yes. Oh, she is gorgeous. She is gorgeous. She got a nice booty too, let me tell you. We likes B squared's booty. She is gorgeous inside and out. Well, good still morning.
Good morning to you, Noli.
How are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you. And yourself?
I can't complain.
I see that you're getting nowhere.
I'm getting nowhere, darling. Really
Yeah.
fast. But,
See, this whole situation, removing Mike from it, is what is needed is a good attorney who will pursue this, because that's the only way that anything will get changed.
yeah, I agree with you 100%.
And like I see like everyone is writing the Institute of Justice, but the Institute of Justice doesn't deal with personal lawsuits or anything like that. They deal in legislative.
Yeah, same with the ACLU. And I try to tell people that. And the
Yeah.
ACLU takes a big case every now and then, but 99.9% of what they do is all in Washington.
Yeah, well, that's what basically the ACLU, and even to like address people. I don't know if this has been said. I probably stated it also, but like the ADA is not an organization. The ADA is just federal laws. So you would need a lawyer again to fight, the ADA laws.
Now, a good one was referred to them, and we do have a call in to the person. I don't know if we've heard back yet, but I mean, we just reached out to the person, the lawyer, yesterday.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Yeah,
But
and the referral came from a super trustworthy person as far as that goes. They know their shit, and they know this person. So
now, because this is all, it's political, and the only way, and we may not like it, but the only way that we can pursue this is through the legislature, and that's it. I mean, it's I feel bad for Mike, because Mike has he stands for a good cause, but he has no one to support him. No. I mean, the Veterans Association hasn't come out to support him. The ADA, doesn't support him. The ACLU doesn't support him. The Blind Association doesn't support him.
I heard back from them this morning.
Did you? What was their response?
And they're forwarding the email that I sent them, because I guess I sent it to the wrong person of the committee. Each one has their own little job, but it does sound promising, and I was promised a phone call or an email back from the person who handles the advocacy end of it.
Yeah.
And they're of course watching the videos, and also checking out the paperwork and stuff that I sent them too. But I made sure and sent them everything that I had. That way they're coming into it with eyes wide open and making a choice that's based on knowledge, and it's an informed decision.
Yeah. But all of this, excuse my voice, because I have real bad sinus problems at this time of year, and I sound like I have a frog in my voice, but it's just my sinuses.
I think it sounds like a bluesy, raspy sound, and it's wonderful.
But the sad part of this situation is, from Mike's point right now, is that he will have to service 30 days. Nothing that any of us can do right now is going to change that. And it's only once he gets through that he can then legitimately pursue this through the courts and with an attorney, a good attorney.
And what's fucked up is he doesn't want to sue anybody.
No, I know Mike doesn't want to sue.
It really sucks that that these officials will allow it to go that far, knowing what they know and knowing that what they're doing is not right.
Mm-hmm.
It is against the law. It is against their own rules. I mean, the ADA handbook for the court systems, like there was a handful of other violations that they have been committing that I don't even think Mike realizes they are committing, because it doesn't exactly apply to him.
Mm-hmm.
And like, holy crap, dude, like, holy crap. Here's a handbook that tells you how to do this. You have a specific person called an ADA coordinator who's supposed to know this handbook forward and backwards and is supposed to abide by it. And the judge is supposed to abide by what that ADA coordinator says, or at least what's in that handbook as well. And they're just not. And it blows my mind.
Yeah.
I mean, holy smoly.
No, I can understand your frustration. And I didn't mean that anything that Mike wants to sue.
Oh, I know.
But
I'm sad that they're pushing it that far.
Yeah, true. Well, even that, I mean, like, true activism is not in looking for a lawsuit. And I don't think Mike is looking for a lawsuit. Mike wants change, and true activism, you like to get anything changed. Like, if you push this to like the federal courts and so forth and so on, there is no money. It's the whole thing of getting the laws changed and up to date.
I agree with you.
You know,
the ADA advocacy place that I have spoken with and that I have filed a complaint through, they meet once a month, and that's it. They're board, and so that once a month it's on the 14th of the month. And I'm not even gonna lie, like, I just got my stupid complaint out like yesterday, so hopefully somebody else got one in there before yesterday, because if not, then we're stuck waiting another full month before we hear back from them. But I did put in a complaint along with links and everything to the video footage and to the paperwork, same as I did with the Agency for the Blind. So hopefully I'll hear something back. I figure if I don't hear anything back from at least their secretary or whoever the hell takes it all in, administrative assistant, that's what they're called now, then I will start calling them and bugging them. But I want to give them at least a week to get back to me. I think it's rude to assume that, that they should be back to me within 24 hours, because God only knows how many emails and like complaints and shit get sent to them, especially in that state. I'm sure there's a lot. Me, 5150? No, that's you.
What does 5150 mean? I'm watching.
Oh, that's the code for crazy. Like needing a mental health. It's a mental health case.
Oh, okay. I know how they would use a code of 5150 to take him there and admit him into the hospital there. Yeah, yes. I understand that. Okay, now I understand what it is. Okay. Should I film for his safety? Is what or not?
Yeah, B squared. Just keep the camera on the officials and try not to film him. But if you do, because something's going on or whatever, just do it and don't worry about his privacy because his safety is more important than his privacy.
Where are they at, Noli?
She's in Florida. Where are you in Florida right now? Are you in the?
Oh, okay. They're not. I thought they were in Raleigh outside of the prison and filming. No, they're okay. Understand? Okay. Two different situations.
I think she's in the Panhandle somewhere.
Okay. Two different situations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you and I can argue like hell sometimes, can't we?
Who?
Me and you. Get to crabbing at each other.
I don't know if we really get to crabbing at one another. I just think we
disagree and damn it each other.
Yeah, we can always disagree, but if we sit down and think, sometimes like I'll, type things and not really, it'll be just off the top of my head without even really digesting, what I'm saying. It's more of a spontaneous emotional reaction than a judgment call.
Oh, I have those on every level. I have those at every level all the time.
Yeah.
It's real bad.
No, but it's the idea that if we know that happens, we just move on. I don't ever take anything offensively or personally, because we're just humans and we may be coming at it from two different perspectives. And then if we sit and talk it out, then we can understand like, okay, I can see this. And now, I can see, what's going on with Mike, and I understand what he's doing, but I think the futility in getting him out or raising $50,000 to bail him out is futile. You know what I mean?
They own their house outright, so I believe they're going to put the title up to the house along with the cash that's required.
Well, they would have to have like a bond of some kind, like a property bond.
Yeah. So that an agent will put up the cash to do it or whatever. Yeah.
And another thing we have to look at, regardless, if they do get Mike out and home.
Yeah. What if they stop him from entering again?
Well, that's it. Mike will have to comply with the judge.
Or lose his house.
Or lose his house.
Yeah.
So I think it's better to pick the battle that you are willing to fight and die for. Is like, go to court. Okay, you didn't get what you feel that was reasonable because through the ADA, but get rid of that fight. Get that out off your plate, and then start the fight through an attorney with the ADA and the Institute of Justice and all those other organizations.
You know what blows me away is that I don't know a single person who's actually been helped by any of those organizations, not even the Human Rights Commission. Okay, like, holy fuck. That Shelley Tilson case that was like a year and a half ago, the one who dehydrated to death in his jail cell, begging for food and water.
Didn't hear of it.
Oh my goodness.
What state was it in, though?
This was in Georgia. I'm going to go ahead and grab the video because you need to see this. This is going, just prepare yourself. I'll be right back. You need to see. I'm going to grab our video clip because, okay. I think we did the best job.
That's good. That was interesting.
Actually, I think I'll find it faster over on. that. Videos. Scroll down for 6 months.
Sassy, I believe that like 5150, that is a code. That I don't think that is a code for all over, because I know that in Pennsylvania, I think it's a 520, because my cousin has been admitted to like for mental evaluation. He's bipolar. And I think it was a 520 is what we call it in Pennsylvania. I may be wrong, but I think it's a 520 number. So 5150 is, people know what it is, but I don't know if that's the number that they use in each state for psychological evaluation. And that 72-hour hold.
Yeah, those 72-hour holds are super stupid.
Yeah, when the last time my cousin was there, it was hard. I mean, his sister and I went and like we fought literally to get, well, she fought. I was just there for support, but she fought like to get him out and in our care.
See, a person shouldn't have to fight to have another person put in their care and pulled out of a facility. That's bullshit.
Well, if you have bipolar issues, that's a totally different thing.
Yeah.
You know, that's a medical. That's a real, I mean, he has, God bless him, he's a wonderful person.
But when he hits those lows and those manic spots, I bet you it's kind of intense, huh?
It is intense, because I've been with him, like where he will get in the car, and like if he comes from his house to my house, and then we get in the car and we'll be going somewhere, he will have these delusions that people have followed him from his house, and he will take all these turns and twists, and he will still say that they're following him.
Yeah.
You know, and there's no convincing them that they're not. None.
Have you ever had someone like that almost convince you?
No, because no, I, you know, Paul is like 10 years younger than I am, so no, I don't. But I mean, we have driven, like he has been so manic that some Sundays he would come and he would say like, "Oh, come, let's go for a ride." I said, "Well, where are we going?" He said, "I don't know. Let's just ride." Well, we would drive for 300 miles and end up back in the same spot we began. We achieved nothing.
Oh, Jesus.
You know, other than just talking. But yeah, but he does that constantly. He will go out and drive hundreds of miles in a circle and end up back in the same spot.
Wow, that must be a horrifying mind space to be in, because I mean, he really believes it's real, and nobody's listening to him. Like, oh my God, could you imagine like screaming for help and there's people all around you and nobody does shit?
Yeah.
Holy fuck, dude.
It's scary. It's really scary, especially when those episodes come on. But then again, they come on because he doesn't take his medication.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yep, because they think they're fine now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, my stepmom had that same issue. Thank God she didn't, go to back when I knew her, didn't go to full on like hallucinations or anything like that. She was just bipolar. She didn't have the schizophrenia or anything to go with it. Thank God. But she probably does by now. I'm telling you, she was on her way. But hey, I got this video. I'm gonna go ahead and hit play.
Okay, please.
Check this out. Oh, I have muted dumbass.
Identification of the victim. I mean, in relation to the Amber Geiger case, didn't they try to say that Botham maybe had some marijuana in his home? As
they say he had marijuana. They say he got it from the couch and was approaching her in a menacing manner, both which was not.
I hear no voice, no sound. Was that the wrong tape?
Died. Which brings us to our next story. Another tale of inexplicable cruelty and unexplained indifference. First, it's important to remember that there are almost 2.3 million people incarcerated in our prison system right now, more than any other nation on the planet. In fact, while the US has just 5% of the world's population, we house 25% of the world's inmates. But that number doesn't paint a full picture of just how omnivorous our penal system is. At any given time, there are over 500,000 people sitting in jail awaiting trial. People who spend months behind bars without ever having been convicted of a crime. But worse yet, sometimes pretrial confinement is in itself a death sentence, which is why today we're going to focus on a case that shows how an unwarranted arrest and bad policing can lead to even worse consequences than the loss of freedom. Why the chain of cruelty created by corrupt policing is often unending, one injustice compounded by another, all courtesy of an inhumane American addiction to incarceration. Now, Stephen, we just covered a case where a man was in jail and he died there. What happened?
The important principle here that you're bringing up is that an arrest, even arrest for like a minor crime, can lead to death because prison is so dangerous. Yes. And because we have such a terrible cash bail system that keeps many people incarcerated.
Now, in the police accountability report, we don't just tell, we show. And unfortunately, what we have to show you is cruel and barbaric. To do so, we will show you how authorities allowed 22-year-old Charlie Tilson to die in prison. Charlie Tilson is a young man who had a history of bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. Last year in March, the Rockdale, Georgia resident was consumed by a mental health crisis, which led to his arrest. But it's during his confinement where the story really begins. There, he was unwatched and ignored as he pleaded for help. He was denied water and mental health care. In fact, his conditions were so dire, he was placed on suicide watch. All decisions made by prison staffers that we wouldn't even know about had a Good Samaritan not leaked the video of his death to the family. The video shows that the staff ignored suicide protocols, even while denying him basic necessities. They denied him water for days. The lights were left on for 24 hours. Ultimately, Tilson died of blood clots in his lungs due to dehydration. Now, I have to give a trigger warning. The portion of the video we're going to show you is disturbing, and I urge you now to fast forward for about 30 seconds if you don't think you can watch. But what you're going to see here is what his family says was a torturous death. And to explain what we'll be seeing, we have a pre-recorded interview with the family's attorney, Mawuli Davis of the Davis Bozeman law firm. And he brought with him Charlie's mother, Tanisha Tilson, and his father, Vladimir Joseph Tilson. I know this must be incredibly difficult to talk about, and we appreciate you speaking with us today.
Thank you.
So first, let me direct the first question to your attorney, Mr. Davis. Can you walk us through what we saw in this video? We saw that he was placed in a locked room with only a grate in the floor with no access to water. What are we really seeing in this video?
What you're seeing and what the world is seeing is torture. This is the most inhumane treatment that you can possibly imagine. He was placed in this room without, supposedly on suicide watch, without any bedding, without a bed. The lights are on 24 hours a day.
Charlie had a plan. He was going to school to be a paralegal 4 to be exact. He also started his business, Urban Perspective, while he was a full-time student in college. And he also had a job at the Providence, Rhode Island State House as a tour guide, all while he was in college. And Charlie came back home. Well, Charlie came back to Georgia to help take care of his father after his father had the stroke.
Oh, wow. It sounds like he was an incredibly compassionate young man with a really bright future. And something that surprised me about this was, and maybe perhaps your attorney, Mr. Davis, can answer this, the Rockdale County Police Department have refused to give you the video of his last days in the jail cell. How did the family get the video?
So, because the case was still under, at the time, under a criminal investigation, they would not release anything. We have since, now that they have had this presentment to the special grand jury, we now have an open records request that we're waiting to be filled so that we can get everything that they have as a part of it. But we didn't have any of the video. At Good Samaritan, someone came forward and said, hey, we have the video of at least what was recorded. Keep in mind, 3 days of video was deleted. So the only thing we have is 8 hours of the last 8 hours of his life. So there are 3 days of video that was completely deleted. And they said it just was an error, a mistake, just totally illogical. But I did want to bring it back to Mr. Joseph. Mr. Joseph had a very close relationship with Shali, and I would like for him to just tell the world a little bit about his relationship with Shali.
Absolutely. Please go ahead, Mr. Joseph.
Well, Charlie and I would, I was helping him start his business, Urban Perspective, and like, and I'll let his mother take over.
It's been really hard. As a father, I just have struggled with what Mr. Joseph is going through with seeing and knowing what his son went through. And so we can't imagine for a young man who was as loving and caring as Shali to have to endure what he endured, and then for no one to be held criminally responsible is a slap in the face of the family.
Now, doesn't the family have a right to know how their loved one died in custody? I mean, isn't there some sort of legal obligation of being kept safe when you're in police custody?
Yeah, they actually, both mom and dad went to the jail before he passed, and they were asking to see him, and they said that he was segregated, he was on in the hole, so to speak. But again, I think it's important for people to understand he was placed on suicide watch, and the report says that no one can explain why he was placed on suicide watch. No one ever said that he said he was suicidal. No one said that he was having any suicidal ideation. Nothing. But somehow he was placed on suicide watch. And it's our position he was placed on suicide watch because he was having this mental health crisis. They felt like he was difficult. And so they just wanted to kind of shove him away. And they just put him away, out of sight, out of mind, and they left him. And that resulted in him dying of dehydration, which is absolutely unheard of someone dying of dehydration in the United States. It's
the absolute definition of torture. Mr. and Mrs. Tilson, I know a grand jury reviewed this case, but who is being charged? Who is being held responsible for your son's death? And is anyone going to be held accountable?
No one at this moment. And I also wanted to add to this, that's really upset my family and I. In the autopsy, Shali also had 2 brain injuries. He had a bruise on his brain, and his brain was also bleeding. This still has never been explained to us, why Shali had those 2 head injuries, those brain injuries, and why all these marks on his body, his ankle, his stomach, his, I can't think of all of the marks. Like, and we still have never seen the pictures.
His face was totally disfigured when we did see.
Yes, when we saw the picture of him at the GBI.
And it's again, this goes back to he had while he was in custody for these short 9 days, there were 6 use of force against him. Then they put him in this cell and they leave him there, and he had no contact, no communication with the outside world. They're just sliding food through a slot, and that's the extent of the care. This is really unheard of, unfathomable to think that any human being would call themselves a deputy, a sworn officer, see him in that condition, not do anything about it, yet they're not being held responsible for, at the very least, reckless conduct or recklessly disregarding his human and basic needs. They had to know to leave him in there for 7 days, that would only further his mental health condition and deteriorate him physically.
You know, Mr. Davis, I have a question as an attorney. In your professional opinion, how many laws do you think were broken by these law enforcement officers in their treatment of Shali? I mean, weren't these actually human rights violations?
You know, it's important that we are at a point now that we have a civil lawsuit going, but we also intend on taking this to the United Nations because we do believe his human rights were violated. We believe that this is, in fact, torture, that everyone who saw him, there were 3 different shifts for 7 days who saw him naked, without bedding, in this condition, and they did nothing. We think that every person who saw him in this condition should be held accountable for these human rights violations that led to his ultimate death. So every day he went through this was a day of torture, and they have no explanation as to why he was even in the quote unquote suicide watch. The other thing that we know is that when they discover him, one of the officers, a Deputy Lane, goes back into what was the log and logs in that he had been checked on every 15 minutes, which he knew wasn't true, but he went back and he falsified that document. That's a violation of his oath of office, tampering with an official government record. These are all things that we think can be brought forward as charges, at least against him. So, as we stated, while the grand jury has made their determination, the fight for justice for Shali will continue both in court and out of court.
Mr. and Mrs. Tilson, you were speaking to the press, and there was another woman who came there and who were speaking to you, and she said that Jamie Henry died in that same jail just 76 days after Shali did. Can you tell me a little bit about what's happening in this jail and what happened to Jamie Henry? Didn't she also ask for medical help and was ignored as well?
Yes, she did, but we'll have our attorney answer questions on Jamie Henry.
Okay.
And Jamie Henry, we represent the family of Jamie Henry as well. Oh. Jamie Henry came into the jail under different circumstances as Shali, right, but she was able to say she needed medical attention because she had been struggling with drug addiction, and she knew she was coming down off of the drug. She communicated that. She's again placed in a cell where she ultimately dies in the same jail. I think it's important for your listeners and viewers to get access to this 84-page grand jury presentment. And if you just read it, there are several pages of all the things that the jail was not doing, all the changes that have to be made at the jail. And I've said it and I say it again, that while they say that there was no need to indict anyone, the very presentment, the report itself is an indictment against Sheriff Eric Levitt. He is the first African-American sheriff in Rockdale County, but his performance, his leadership, everything associated with his running of a jail that where you have the most vulnerable among us should result in his termination, him resigning, some way of ending his reign over that jail.
Damn it. Well, I guess we're done with that.
Yeah, did it freeze or?
Yeah, I keep my internet keeps dropping. I don't know what the hell's going on with it. It's really getting annoying.
Well, there was enough.
Yeah.
See.
So that was Charlie Tilson, and he wasn't the first. He isn't the first one to die from dehydration or starvation in a county jail. Not even like a prison, but like in county.
Yeah. So what it really boils down to is like, who called the police on him to begin with?
I have that information.
Was it his family?
No. He was not at home. He was near home, but he wasn't at home.
Oh, okay.
And like, I think he was trying to get his prescription filled or some shit like that, or he was waiting on it to be filled, and he was like having a nervous breakdown. You know, he'd just come home to take care of his dad who had had a stroke, and even on medication, I can see how that would send somebody into a manic state.
Absolutely.
He did not resist violently. He and the cops that arrested him did have body cameras on, and there is body cam footage. But not once they get to the jail. Once they get to the jail, which is where the beating took place, that's part of the few days that got deleted accidentally. But if you read the paperwork, the internal memos that I got from my FOIA through them, it shows that shit was done on purpose. It was deleted on purpose. It was misplaced on purpose. There was like he got chewed out. He got chewed out from his superior because he didn't keep these files, because very well may have fucked them over, him getting rid of those files. I mean, you get to see the entire conversation internally between these COs, and it's disgusting, because yes, they are at fault. They are 100% at fault.
And I believe that just not having his medication only, elevated it to the point when you're put in isolation like that, then your paranoia just takes over. It's just escalated.
With bruises on his brain, and then his blood pressure being up that high.
Yeah, and like, the whole time. What if he was in there for like 5-6 days or 7?
He was in there for a total of 9 days, but it was 7 days that went by where he had no food and water.
See, he could have. Okay, you put a person who is that manic into a room that has nothing, they can injure themselves. I mean, they bang their heads off the wall. I mean, that is proven. You know, I don't understand, like, how come they didn't get him medication? Why didn't they transfer him to a medical facility within the prison, even to sedate him and give him fluids and, you know, give him the proper medication that he needed? I don't grasp that. Like, and I'm not.
Why didn't they give him food and water? Like, holy
Yeah.
crap.
Well, I'm not even going there, but like, and I don't want to excuse the guards, you know, there, but it's more institutionalized than the people who work there. It's more deep rooted than the people around them. I mean, who are taking care of them, because they are constricted and limited in what they can say or do. And if they don't want to lose their job, they're not going to fight the system or say or do anything. Like, this footage only got out by someone who stole it and presented it and probably lost their job over it. But that was only
actually,
one
they were
person.
never found out. They were never,
Okay.
as far as, you know, like probably 8 months ago, which is the last time I checked up on them. Like, the person who handed that footage over has not been made known, but I have a feeling I know who it was.
Yeah, it's such a sad situation. So many, you know, there's just so many missing pieces, not to, you know, even the 3 days, but just the procedure of handling a person who is, you know, bipolar and throwing them into a cell. And even if you were giving them food and water, doesn't mean that you're taking proper care of them.
I agree.
You know, and his death, I mean, that is extremely unfortunate. And seeing him, you know, like an animal clawing at the door, I mean, I don't see how another human being could sit outside that door and not be emotionally moved. You know, and you can't tell me that any of those go, well, you can, but this is just my perspective. But you can't tell me that if you're working there, how do you go home and just remove yourself from what has transpired in your 8 hours there? I mean, there's no humanity there.
I agree. Hey,
I
there's your buddy right there.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi. My thingy didn't go ding ding like it normally does.
I told you I wanted to share a video with you.
Yeah.
And I posted the link in the private chat.
Oh, okay.
To set it up for you to explain what it's about. This department, sheriff's department, was being investigated for civil rights violations, something to that effect. Some lady said she was stopped for no reason.
Okay, that's
or whatever.
That'll work.
And but it goes a little bit further than that, because they detain an individual in this video, and it's hot outside, and they put him in the back seat of a patrol car and turn the heater on, and it's this form of torture if you want to go that far with it, but it's wrong either way. But this guy's not a nobody. He's actually an FBI agent that's investigating the department for violating people's rights. So I can't say that nobody got fired on this one. So this one's different.
Yeah. This one's 51 minutes long. I'm gonna grab the condensed version. I know we got one here somewhere.
There's got to be one somewhere. You know how to search for it? Just FBI detained by sheriff. There's many of them.
Yeah.
I mean, this goes to show it can happen to anybody.
So this was an FBI agent who was
Yep.
detained by the sheriff.
And he even identified himself and let him know that he was investigating the sheriff, and the sheriff that he was investigating detains him.
Well,
It's pretty interesting video. Not only did he detain him, he put him in the car and turned the heater on, and it was already hot outside.
Yeah, I think it's just crazy. Yeah, I've seen this video a couple of times, and it fucking blows me away every time. Like, holy crap. How come these motherfuckers didn't go down within 5 minutes? Like, how come a
I would have detained all them motherfuckers myself when they let me out, right? If you're an FBI agent, you got the authority, but you can guarantee they lost their jobs. I've searched for updates on this video, and I haven't been able to find any.
Yeah, you know what? I've never seen one either, to be honest with you. I don't think. Yeah, no, I don't think I've seen one.
But since you've seen it, you'll know where you can skip through it and everything to cut it down some.
Oh yeah, it's been so long though. Yeah, I know there's a short version. I've seen it.
I'll look through for you. Did you find it?
No.
I'll look while you're looking just to see.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Starboard, go ahead and continue on with the your thoughts on what happened with Charlie Tilson and the prisons and jails as an institution as a whole. We need to re-examine what we believe is humane and what we believe is inhumane.
You know, there was like where was the disconnect between his parents and the institution? There's just so many like unanswered things here. Like, did his parents provide, you know, his medical history, and were they given the opportunity to provide his medical history? Is a better question.
I know I talked to his mom about once every 2 weeks just to let her know that we didn't just do a story about what happened to her son. We care and we're here for her. And you know, I've done a lot of things for her. Trump said has done a lot for her. Just trying to help get, because right now the case is the FBI is investigating it right now. And I honestly think so. GBI had it, which is like the state version of the FBI for Georgia, and they weren't doing anything with it. And so somehow it managed to find its way to the FBI because of his mother, you know, protesting and advocating for or demanding, you know, that public officials do something about what happened to her son and what happened to that girl just a few months later, and then someone else just a few months after that. And so the FBI picked it up, and then like I don't know if they're just sitting on it or if they're just investigating really, really, really fucking slow. Because they've had it for, I'd say, 9 months now. Somewhere between 6 to 9 months now. And like nothing's being done. Like they're not doing anything. And I know that they got more information than even I got.
Oh, absolutely. And let's just look at this it's not parallel, but let's just look at this as a parallel between this young man who died and Mike. Now, if it took this long to get any action, and we don't even know what action has happened, you probably do, but just look at the time lapse to get over a death, where Mike's is not a death. So, like, talk about poofing that off is like, you know, if it's a civil rights violation, no big deal. But I mean, here's a death. So, like, what chance does Mike have of
It's
getting
disconcerting. It is disconcerting.
justice? You know what I mean? That just blows me away. I mean, here you have a person who died from total neglect that didn't get the coverage or the investigation. Like, what happened to the system, the prison or the jail that he was in? Like, what happened to that? Why wasn't that, taken over?
Well, what
By
happens
the
is
government.
once you police yourself for so long and you're wrong and you're doing things that aren't right, even breaking the law, and you get away with it for so long, it escalates.
Yeah, I can agree with that, Tessie. But the idea is, it's mind-boggling to me, because number one, I can't reference anything off of my life experience because I've never had interaction with the police nor the court system. And I believe that only people who have had interactions with the police and the court system can really speak out on this. Other
Right.
than that, I'm just, looking at it from the outside. The closest
Exactly.
I ever had an interaction with the police officer, I'm 70 years old, and I was 18 years old, and I glided through a stop sign in a town where I was known.
Well, that
And
what you said is right on spot about if you haven't been through it, it's hard to speak on it because you haven't experienced the same thing. So it's, you have to take somebody else's word for it, or it's hard to believe. But that's where a lot of these mental health patients that get welfare checks say their parents are having trouble. They're adults, but their parents still have legal custody over them because of their mental status, and they'll call the police, thinking that they're gonna help. And there's so many times that they've used lethal force on people that are in distress, mental health patients, going to the call knowing that it is a mental health patient. And because I saw in the comment section earlier, somebody said, "Well, these police aren't doctors." Well, no shit, but they are supposed to have common sense. And if you're
And
going to,
once you're in custody, they are 100% responsible for your safety and
that's
well-being.
right. That's right.
yeah,
That's why they call it custody. It means you're responsible for somebody. But
yeah,
a lot of their parents, a lot of them say, well, how many parents have called the law on their own kids in this situation? Well, the thing about it is, it's like Josiah saying, they probably haven't had negative interactions with the police before, and they have faith in them, and that's why they call them. They trust them. But they probably haven't had so many interactions to know that your child's in more danger, or your mentally disabled son or daughter is safer in your hands, or you take them straight to the hospital. There's never a reason that the police should be involved unless they're putting somebody else in immediate danger. I wouldn't call the police on a mentally disabled person. You try to help them yourself because they'll kill them straight up. They'll kill them. I mean,
but
not
there,
every single time, but if they have a chance to use lethal force, they're not using discretion and saying, "Hey, this person's not right in the head." They're gonna know that they're justified to kill this person, and that's all that matters to them.
yeah, but there's, see, in the whole police uh, hierarchy, or just like different departments within the police, isn't there, isn't there when you call, there should be, like my child or my husband or my wife or my father or mother is suffering from mental health issues that should be handled by, okay, send the police officers, but send a person who understands the mental health issues.
Somebody
There
that's
should
trained
be,
in the field, yeah.
yeah, there should be that they should be the ones that are sent to these cases, not just the police.
I completely agree. They should just be there to chaperone.
They
Basically,
should,
they shouldn't be involved.
well, they should be there for the protection of the mental health professional and the patient. You know,
I agree. I agree. I think that they should still be there just in case.
yeah, but there has to be like the mental health professional is like there, and the cops are just oversight. You know, they're seeing what's going on, and enforce has to be. You know, I mean, they should have training on like what to do if you work in that unit that deals with mental health situations. And we have so many. See, years ago, and I don't know how old you are, but going back, say, well, I would say 35, 40 years now, we did away with mental health, state and mental health hospitals, and we dumped all these people onto the street. And without providing them any place to go and seek help or care. And when you put that many people out on the street, I remember walking to school in the morning because I was a teacher, and I would walk through town, and I got to know, one we called Delta Dawn, because she used to run around. She was harmless, but she was like insane. She was nuts, but she would wander the streets singing. She wore a ribbon around her head, you know. Then there was another one, we called her Gertie. I mean, where I saw Gertie many times, like urinating over the grate in the street. I used to buy Gertie coffee, and I would give her like cinnamon buns or, whatever, and just to help. But these were just two of the many that were in the town.
Can I interject for just a second?
Sure, absolutely.
I want to respond to something here in the chat. It may just be nonsense, but I mean, if this guy's serious, Hot Rod. So you're saying now we want a doctor with a mental degree. When it comes to the case of mentally disabled patients, absolutely, that's what doctors are for. The change, if you're talking about what kind of change will we want doctors on the police force? Do they have to be a doctor to be the police now? No, that's not what we're saying. A logical change would take place in the dispatch and the way the call is sent out to the police, and the mental health officials would be there accompanied by an officer just to make sure that the mental assessment person or the doctor that's qualified in mental health would be safe while he's on the scene. Doesn't mean we need police to come and shoot the guy. But absolutely, that's what doctors are for. So yes, it completely makes sense to want a medical professional on the scene of a mental health check. I mean, why would you call the police who aren't qualified in the medical field to come assess a mental patient?
Yeah, and
Now,
it doesn't even have to be a doctor. It can just be a social worker who has a degree. You know what I mean? In how to handle these issues. I mean, there has to, and she would be the person to oversee this whole situation, not the police. She would be there to provide, her expertise on how to handle. She would be able to talk to this individual. If this individual needed to be restrained, then she would be there as a witness to it. It would just not be police.
Yeah, social workers aren't. I mean, social workers aren't designed to diagnose people. It should absolutely be a medical professional. It does need to be a medical professional. There's no reason. There's no reason we couldn't have a medical professional to check on these mental health 5150s or the welfare check of anybody with a mental disability. There's no reason that we couldn't have that. There's no reason we shouldn't have that. There's no reason that law enforcement should be called for a medical case. No reason,
Yeah.
except for unless they were there to accompany a medical professional. I mean, that's just my. Social workers aren't qualified to deal with that. Social workers are for more or less um, for the adults that can't take care of themselves and children that can't take aren't being taken care of by their guardians. But at no point are they medical professionals themselves, and they can't diagnose medical patients. So I mean, I would disagree with you on that point. But
Well, I
there
don't.
is the
If
system is
they've already
broken at this
been, yeah, they've
period.
already been diagnosed. So the parents or whoever's calling knows the individual's diagnosis, and the oversight has to be there when they come. So it's like I don't know where the distinct. When I saw that mother and father and like, where did that disconnect come from? Like, how did that slip by? I'm sure they had to provide information on their child.
Well, sadly, they're brushed under the rug, and they're considered a nuisance to people that can't relate. It's kind of like being an outsider looking in on the criminal system, and you're hearing about
Yeah.
all this corruption, but you've never witnessed it. Until
No.
you've lived or spent a lot of time with a mentally disabled person, then there is a disconnect right there. And that's the reasons we don't need the police helping, quote unquote helping our mental patients because they're not qualified. They only do 6 months to be a police officer, 6 months of training, and they don't even learn the Constitution or the laws. They only learn how to put you in jail. They don't learn very much in 6 months. And they absolutely wouldn't qualify to handle the mentally disabled.
Oh, that is correct. Absolutely. I mean, because what they're taught in 6 months is how to. It's more military training than anything. You know.
And a lot of these cases, could be fixed at the dispatch. A lot of people
Yeah.
a lot of people, you get the wrong response. You're needing medical, and here's the police.
Yeah.
And a lot of the laws that they want to apply, like disorderly conduct. Okay, if you have a mentally disabled person and he's having a mental breakdown, and you have some asshole that's never been around mental patients, it's just like, oh my God, shut this guy up. And they call the police. He's out of control. And you get an officer on the scene. Oh, this man's bothering you. Boom, disorderly conduct right there. He don't know what's going on because he's mentally disabled, and then now he's got a resisting charge. I mean, come on now. I mean, this guy needed a doctor. Does he really qualify for disorderly conduct when he can't help it? No, he doesn't. Legally, he doesn't.
No,
You
and
know,
you're correct. They should never like slap a charge on a mentally unstable individual or disorderly conduct or anything. I mean, what they should do is like, okay, let's call this in as a 5150 and get this person into the hospital and help them. Don't charge them. I mean,
Yeah, hang on
how
just a
can you
minute.
charge?
I'm having a hard time hearing you. Um, uh, uh, what representative?
What were you saying?
This is Representative John Bell in North Carolina.
Oh,
You
okay,
called
yes.
our office earlier today. Can
Yes.
you give me some idea of your email that you sent? Because you didn't leave a name, you didn't leave any email address. All you left was your phone number.
Oh, I apologize.
she sounds like she's got an important call there.
Yeah, she's got a return call. But no, I agree with you, Sassy. I mean, like, I can't relate to it, like I said, because I have never been
Out
through
of
this.
Rockingham County.
So
And
But is this for you or someone else?
this is the remonstrance was sent by someone else. I am helping them with follow-up phone calls to make sure that the representatives that were sent it have gotten it and have seen it. And if they have, you know, if they have reviewed it and if they plan on taking any course of action or not, just trying to follow up on it for them, because we have a blind veteran who is sitting in prison over a misdemeanor, a class 2 misdemeanor that does not carry a jail sentence, because this judge is going way too far, and major ADA violations, which can also fall back on the state, not just the county. And that meaning that all the years of payments that they've gotten from the federal government for being ADA compliant, and but they weren't, is going to come out of the state's pocket and go back to the federal government, and that's billions and billions of dollars. And so we want to prevent that.
What you need to do is you need to direct all of your phone calls and emails to Representative Jerry Carter. Representative Carter lives in that district. He represents that district, and that's who you need to be contacting.
Okay, so like we looked up the rules and as far as how a remonstrance works, and it actually requires every single representative in the state to be involved in the decision of removing a judge.
Well, that would take,
and so that is why
take legislation, and we are adjourned until 2021. So there's nothing at this time that the General Assembly could do. But you do need to direct your questions.
Yes, I got it, Jerry Carter. Yes, I will do that. I just want to make sure that because of the fact that your representative or the person that I'm dealing with right now is going to have to deal with this too. That it's not going. You're not just going to. You're not going to throw. I don't want you to just throw away my concern. I want to make sure that this representative gets this information as well.
Well, if you direct it to Representative Carter's email address and make sure that you follow up to make sure he and his office received it.
And I'm sure he's on my call list. I have many of you.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your call.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Roar, I'm sorry that I muted you. I had no choice. I didn't necessarily want her to know that I was on a live feed or anything, but she was quite cuntly.
And the first thing she spoke of was their mini paid vacations.
Right? A mini paid vacation, they're not going to come back until 2021.
No. Not mini.
Huge.
M-A-N-Y.
Oh.
M-A-N-Y. Mini. They're on vacation more than they're at work, and that's why nothing ever gets done. And then when they are at work,
you know what? When the Senate or when the House was called back into session for the whole USPS thing, that happened in less than a day. If they want it and it's for them, they are on it and they get it done in less than a fucking day.
That's right. They skipped over the whole stimulus package. They've handled the mail situation. Now they're on to a judge.
So they can get their votes in. Ballots.
In the whole argument between the Dems and the Republicans and the House and the Senate saying that they can't agree on anything, that's all a charade.
Yep, I agree.
It's a fake fight presented to the public to
distract us.
Yeah, to give an excuse to why they haven't got anything done. But the thing about it is that was the plan in the first place.
Exactly.
And the whole stimulus package that they're overlooking right now will be taken care of after November.
If no, it may or may not be. Think about it. If it hasn't been done by election time, who is going to get it done? You know?
Yeah, they don't give a fuck.
No, I mean you might get the whole bait and switch. Biden's promising to.
Oh, dude, Biden's a piece of shit too. Dude, Biden and Trump are both pieces of shit.
That's right. Exactly. That's my opinion as well. I mean, you're picking between the lesser of two evils, and
No, I don't
you
want
know,
to pick any evil.
right? Exactly. But you know, and that's the thing about the election. People think their vote actually counts, and it's sad to say. I mean, just look at your choices. I mean, sadly, the most Kanye West would probably be better than either of the two, and that son of a bitch is a rapper. You know what I mean? And he's, you know, I wouldn't want him as a president, but hell, if you had to pick between the people that are actually on the list, you know. But I mean, and he's a billionaire. Let's get this straight. Once you're a billionaire, you're part of the elite. You are the shadow government. People are like, well, you hear the shadow government and the deep state and things like that, and people act like they can't put their finger on who it is. Well, let me tell you who it is. It's the big corporations. It's the big bankers. It's Hollywood. Hollywood, the media, and the government are all the same people. And the quicker that the citizens realize that, the quicker we can move on and change things. But that's the problem. There's a lot of people worship the TV. They grew up with the TV. They sat in front of it forever, and they believe whatever they see. There's people that take everything for the gospel, especially when it comes to the news. They feel like that, they can't be lied to. The TV would never betray me. I mean, sadly, that's the way it is. And eventually, if you could wake up a little bit, when you find out that your favorite shows are all staged, like you got people watching Pawn Stars and these tow truck shows where like this black lady flips over whole cars and shit, and it's presented as the truth. It never says in the beginning of the show that this is just acting or anything like that. And people believe it.
Yeah.
Hang on for a sec. Just a sec.
Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Yeah, this message is for Jerry Carter, and I am calling in regards to a remonstrance that was sent to you via email. It came from an email of insightisfree@gmail.com, and I would like to know if it has been received, if it has been reviewed, and if any action is going to be going forward with it at all, and if it is being shared amongst his fellow servants of their communities. So if you could give me a call back, my cell number is 36. Okay, I wanted to get that phone call in before I forgot which guy it was, and now I need to make a note that this is the main dude, and I'll just call him every half hour or so until I get somebody.
Do you have a flow sheet going on there so you know what you're doing?
I do.
Hot Rod, I see your comments. I mean, at this point, it's just coming off as trollish. But if you actually have all the right answers, you can hop up here and enlighten us.
He does come off as trollish, but I don't think he means to. I really
Maybe
don't.
can't help it.
I think it's just his, his view from his front porch is small, just like ours.
All you have to do is run for office and win. Start small, then go big. All right. Well, let's take Donald Trump for instance. All right, he told you the coronavirus was a hoax. He told you the news was fake. He's doing as much as he can without getting killed. I mean, look at John F. Kennedy. What happened to him? In John F. Kennedy's last address to the people, his very last speech, he spoke of hidden, secret societies within our government. He was referring to the deep state. All right, and everybody acts like it's a conspiracy theory. Well, it's not a conspiracy theory because it's been proven time and time again. You can find that there are secret organizations within the government, and there is a deep state. The corrupt politicians, they're all corrupt. You're not going to be able to make it that high, and you're not, even if you do, like Donald Trump, even if you do make it that high, you're not going to be able to do but so much. These people will kill you. Let's take the Clintons for instance in their trail of suicide committers. The Clintons literally know more people that have committed suicide than it's physically possible. I mean, it's just they've killed so many people. It's like genocide, dude. If you've got faith in the government, then that's on you, man. If I look at that as a mental illness in itself, I mean, you at some point, if I lie to you every day, at some point or another, it's in your best interest to figure out the truth, because you're sitting there talking about mental disabilities and stuff like that down there and got all the answers. But in my opinion, if you just believe everything you hear and you just trust them like that, you putting some blind faith in some pretty evil people.
And most people don't consider if you're president of the United States, you are limited in what you can do because you're dealing with different, agencies within the government who are telling you what you should do. And at this point, with President Trump is an individual who has no filter between his brain and his mouth, and he says what he thinks and believes. And that pisses people off.
I got
Yes,
a question for y'all. And this which one I'm going to ask is, and I'm going to ask it, then I'm going to leave a comment why I ask. The state y'all live in, is it Republican or Democrat?
Well, I'm neither. I'm left wing, right wing, same chicken.
No, he means the state you live in. You according to you live in a blue state or a red state, depending on who your senate is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It don't depend on who your senators are. It depends on who you vote for in the primary and who you get in the electoral college. That's how they determine.
Thanks for correcting me on that. I know for a fact that my state is a Republican state or a red state, and it has been for years.
Yeah. What state you live in, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in Alabama.
I'm in South Carolina, so I'm right there with you.
Okay.
Pennsylvania.
All right, you
hopefully
might
we can turn Pennsylvania red.
You might know why I'm talking about. See, here where I live at in Louisiana is see, every time we go vote, we gotta vote for Republican because simple fact is like whenever we like for freedom of speech and stuff like that, a lot of subjects got brought up on that, on stuff like that, and y'all kind of talked a little bit about that too, And Corey, I do agree with y'all, on what y'all saying, on a lot of stuff. And I think all kind of bullcrap BS anyway. And
gotta go silent for a minute.
How they are.
What's that, buddy? We missed that last part.
I kind of agree with y'all because it's how they are. Nothing but BS.
Yeah, we're all learning together, and then you got to see through the bullshit because you can't trust them to always be honest with you. I mean, even the police are allowed to lie to you. I mean, and even the people that aren't supposed to be allowed to lie to you when they're making up their own rules and policing themselves, and they find themselves not guilty of any wrongdoing, and you're corrupt from the top to the bottom. I mean, there's nobody to stop them. And what are you gonna? And as an individual, I mean, there's really nothing you can do about it. As a small group of people, there's just about nothing you can do about it. They will call you a homegrown terrorist if you try to get in their way. And if you run for a powerful seat in office and you make it there, look what happened to John F. Kennedy when he decided to do the right thing. He was. Man, what do you got, a Betamax over there?
My radar checker.
Your age is showing.
Yeah.
But
all right, let me ask you a couple of questions. All right, do you remember the Tea Party, when the Tea Party got started?
Yeah, I remember that. It was another political faction.
All right. And that was Obama's biggest thorn in their side. Matter of fact, Obama had the IRS go out and audit all of the Tea Parties, so that way they couldn't do the things that they were wanting to do. And they went out and showed all of these Republicans, hey, if you don't support the Tea Party, we'll get rid of you. That's what I'm talking about. If you go out and you start strong and you've got a good message that people believe, you'll get the support. You're gonna have to start small, and but if it's something that a lot of Americans believe in, look at the QAnon. I don't know that much about that. They was asking President Trump about it last night. He said, I don't know that much about it, but they hate pedophilia, and I agree with them on that.
Oh shit, not again.
But see, that's what I'm talking about. If you got to start small. If you think it's crooked and illegal, and sometimes it is. I'm not saying it's not. I've seen a lot of things in politics that you wouldn't see in everyday businesses. But start out small. Go run for your city council. Go talk to your people around there and say, hey guys, we live in Alabama. We're paying too much property taxes. We're paying too much on gas taxes. We got to fix that and figure out how to go fix it, and then go get started that way. I'm very good friends with Jeff Duncan, Lindsey Graham, and Tim Scott. Not good friends with Tim Scott, but I've got his number. I got a personal cell phone for all three of them. That's my local representatives. That's what you need to do. You need to get in touch with your local representatives. Get in touch with your governors. You probably won't ever get your governor's personal line or nothing, but the more you call, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Instead of going out here and just trying to fuck the cops and doing this and screaming and yelling and going in and doing all that stuff, we got to figure out a way to get your message across.
Well,
if you want to go out and say, hey, we're trying to stop police brutality, that's fine. I agree with that. But we got to address it in a way to where it's not going out and causing a scene, and it's not causing the people sit there and say, well, hey, they got to fuck the cop sign up. That don't mean that means they don't support any cops. So they turn their back, even though you've got a good message. Like somebody said a while ago, fuck the bad cops. Exactly. Fuck the bad cops. And I'm not sitting there trying to just say one thing about
bad people in general. Fuck bad people.
That's what I said. Fuck bad people. That's what I said.
Wait.
But we got to go. My grandpa told me, he said, you got to be able to tell people to go to hell to where they look forward to the trip.
Especially like bad cop. One thing I always tell, especially any bad body cop won't be a bad cop. You need to shut the fuck up and know your role.
Well, my grandmother had a saying, and she pushed it into our brains. Believe nothing of what you hear,
and only half of what you see.
Yep. She pushed that in our brains, like from the time we were old enough to ask questions, like, well, why is this one? Don't believe anything you hear, and don't believe only half of what you see. And
that's exactly right.
But see, we don't have people who are willing to take on the responsibility to be critical thinkers, do research, instead of just like when they hear that, buzzword or whatever, instead of reacting to that, go like, whoa, and research it so you understand. Don't just believe it. Don't just accept what is being said.
Right. Check it out.
We have another thing that we're lacking nowadays is we have very biased medias. It's either conservative with Fox somewhat, or it's all liberal with the others. And they're used to, when I was growing up, the media, the news was boring. It was boring as hell. But now all they're trying to do is get ratings. But used to, they would tell you both sides of the story and let you form your own opinion. Now they're telling you one side of the story and telling you to form your own opinion. And in my opinion, that's the way that some of these auditors do as well. And also all people like that. They'll tell you how they want you to think instead of telling you the broad scope of the story and letting you form your own opinion. That's why I get blocked by so many people, is because I have my own opinion. I don't
A lot of
support a
people are
lot
going
of
to
things
feed.
that everybody does.
A
Well,
lot
you're
of
not
people are
going to
going
get
to
locked
feed their
in,
own
man.
narrative. I'm sorry.
You know, it never fails. The first time I say that I don't agree with whatever it is, oh, you're just a bootlicker, you're just a this, you're just that. Instead of sitting down having an actual conversation and finding out why I don't believe this, or trying to tell me, well, why you do believe this. Oh, you're just a bootlicker. Fuck you, man. You love cops.
Yeah,
I don't
I
love
understand.
anybody more than anybody else. But
To
I don't
to
support just going out and saying fuck cops instead, unless you're going to be specific and say fuck bad cops, fuck bad firefighters, fuck bad teachers. You know,
to
it's
touch on
not.
your statement about what you said earlier, run for office and then, eventually start out small, like you said. And I'm following you now. I'm listening to you. I agree with the whole thing. Go ahead, take your call, bro. But I'm gonna wait to say because I was actually
Go ahead.
responding to Rod.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
What you said
I'm gonna
about
hit back to
running
the
for
chat.
office. All right, buddy. What you said about starting off small, running for office, trying to make a difference locally at first. And you can try to point out the corruption, and eventually you'll get rid of the squeaky wheel. Well, my position on that, well, this is where our point of view might be different, is that I believe that the corruption is so thorough, it outweighs the percentage of corrupt politicians, outweighs the good politicians, or the people that come in thinking they can make a difference. And the good guys wanting to change for the better are the squeaky wheels now. And that's probably where me and you might have a difference of opinion here. And that's
Well,
what I'm saying. It's all corrupt from the top to the bottom, and the good guys can't make it to the top.
and I agree with you somewhat on that. And some places you're correct, but you got to start somewhere, don't you?
No, I agree with you now. I agree with you. You got to start somewhere, or to try to make a difference. But the
Right.
way they've got it set up, I mean, it's just like if everybody's, if say let's take a different scenario. Everybody in the neighborhood's dealing drugs, and you want to live in a drug-free community, and you want a safe place for your kids to grow up, because with the drug dealing comes crime and
Exactly.
lots of different problems. All right, say you want to make a difference in that community, and so you start you try to get into a powerful position in the community, like neighborhood watch or something like that. If the majority of the criminals outweigh you, and they're the ones you're having to answer to, you're the squeaky wheel. You're the squeaky wheel. And even though your cause is just, and it's got good morals behind it, if the people with the bad morals outweigh you, then you're outnumbered, and you're the squeaky wheel. I mean, I know that's
I,
probably not the best analogy, but I mean, you understand what I'm
no, that's a
saying?
good analogy. And
If
here's
everybody's
why.
breaking the law and they don't want to be stopped from breaking the law, and you're going in there to do good and make everybody go by the rules, you're the squeaky wheel, in my opinion.
All right, but see, here's where you're missing a point on that point. All right, if what's his name? Martin Luther King hadn't have been a squeaky wheel, everybody down there was obeying the law. It wasn't against the law. Matter of fact, I was watching a story the other night on Amazon, and they were talking about the Alabama 4 or wherever went down and sat down in that restaurant. Those 4 were outnumbered. Sometimes you got to be able to take on things to where you're going to be the squeaky wheel and you're not going to be the majority. You just got to pick your battles and stuff like that. You got to sit there and decide on what's going to be. You may not win your first office you run for. Very few people do. But then if you go out and you get facts to say, hey, this city council member's taking bribes from this person, that police officer, I caught him over there getting a blowjob in the parking lot from that hooker. And, things like that help build your case instead of just going up and holding up a sign.
I understand
If you
that.
got facts to support what you're saying, here's what I'm going to say like this, and then I got to run. There was a local sheriff from a close town where I'm at. He had been in office for 16 years. Everybody thought he was doing a great job. Well, come to find out, he was going to another county over and seeing this lady. He drove her in a company vehicle to Charlotte to get an abortion, paid for the abortion out of county funds off his county funded credit card, gave her a job. She was getting money out of the local county government and didn't even have a job there. But the guy that was running for sheriff against him, he knew something wasn't right. So he went and got a Freedom of Information Act and went out and got it, found it, said, okay, well, why are you over here in Greenwood on this day? Why is she in your car on this day? So, you know, it's just things you got to start out small and look for big opportunities. You got to look for reasons of, well, why do you want to replace this guy? If that city council member, that position you're going to replace, well, why do you want to replace them? What makes you think you can do the better job than he can? And then you got to be able to sit there and say, okay, well, judging by your voice, and I don't know if you are or not, but it sounds like you're a young guy. I'm a young guy. I've got my head on straight. I want to help my community go better. You know, where I live, I don't have nothing but old people on my county council. My community isn't growing, but it's growing all around us and all the counties around us. It's just an old Mill Hill town that's never growing up. Well, because I've got so much land and everything, I don't want to leave that town. But, you know, I've got to sit there and make the choice. Do I want to move out of this town? Or do I want to stay here and just deal with this? Or I could sit there and go run for county council. You got to sit there and decide that. If you want to sit there and just live with it and say, okay, enough's enough, nothing I say is ever going to change anything, well, that's the choice you're making to live with. But if you sit there and you think, okay, well, maybe I can run for city council or county council or sheriff or whatever the case may be and make a difference. Yes, I may start a group activist watch to get rid of the drug dealers, but that's going to cause some repercussions. Choices have consequences. Are these gangbangers or dope dealers going to find out who I am? You got to weigh out all your options. It should never, ever, ever be 100% this way, 100% that way. You know, that's why we have defense and prosecution in courts. That's why Lady Liberty is supposed to be balanced. But the more that we're sitting there and we're saying, okay, well, we're right because we do this and you're wrong because you lick boots, that's division of the country. Instead of us just sitting down and talking to each other like grown-ups, we're never going to get anything accomplished. Where if we would come together and say,
we're doing a good
hey,
job
let's
of
get
it
rid of
right
the
now.
bad cops.
I'm hearing
Let's
you
get
out.
more cops in. You know, maybe we do need some cops on there that do have some kind of degree in mental health. Maybe we do need some cops on there that does have some kind of degree in child abuse. You know, maybe we do need to have a special rape victims. You know, that's the kind of things that we can look at across the board, but we can't just go on there to a sheriff's department or a police department and say, hey, you need to get a damn mental health advisor because that guy died. We got to sit there and be able to justify our means for the need.
Right. Well, I did give you a good.
Go ahead,
I did give you a good example on what logical way you could assess that issue would be to start off at the dispatch and, you know, have a not necessarily have a medically qualified police officer, but have the police officer accompany a medical qualified person that specializes in mental health, and they would both go to the scene. A lot like CPS when they go for a child welfare check. The CPS comes and there's a police officer there to mediate, but nothing more, just to make sure that they're able to do their job.
And I agree with you fully on that. But the problem we're going to have there is from the time you get the 911 call to the time you give a police officer a call, how much is that drag time? Because then people are going to say, well, if you wouldn't ask them if it was a medical emergency, a mental health emergency, or this kind of emergency, you might have been able to be there and save their life. We need to get off of trying to find fault and doing lawsuits and doing what's the best for America. Now, I agree. If we got time to sit there and say, hey, is it a medical emergency, a mental health emergency? Is she pregnant? I'm all for that. But, you know, when a lot of times when people call 911, they're not calling 911 to sit there and shoot the shit.
No, but you do have to be specific on your call, and especially if
I
you
agree.
knew that, you know, a lot of the times it might not be a relative that's in mental distress with a disability. It might be a stranger, and you might not be a good assessment of mental health. So you might call it in as a regular person, and even if there was my idea in place, and if they'd known it was a 5150 call, they would send the medic that I'm referring to, the hypothetical medic that would be in place.
Mm-hmm.
But if they didn't know, the cop would be liable to show up themselves. Now, that's where we do need an amount of police discretion that is capable of analyzing whether somebody is mentally sound or not before they take action, and then they would make that call. And if a tow truck driver can show up to a wreck within 5 or 10 minutes because they got a contract with the police, so could a medic. They could have a medic on call the same way.
Well, the problem with that analogy is you're not having as many tow truck wrecks as you are having people calling 911 because they got beat up, they got robbed, they got their house broken into. It's apples and oranges on that aspect. But I understand what you're saying. We do need to have a lot more police officers, and instead of defunding the police, we need to figure out how to reallocate the money to where they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. There's a lot of money just being wasted in these police departments with bullshit programs that don't work.
A lot of people agree on that.
Yeah. And one thing, Howard, I totally agree with a lot that you said. And most of what I see in the first aid community or genre, whatever you want to call it, is not factual, it's emotional.
Right.
And you can't make change on emotion.
Exactly.
And you will always see me type in the chat what I think, what I feel, what I believe is nothing. You can't find a law. The law is emotionless. You have to have facts, and the law doesn't begin with, I think, I feel, or I believe. There is no law that begins that way. Okay, who's next?
Yeah, Howard had to go. I mean, it was good to have a conversation. He feels like he can't have a normal conversation with a lot of the people in this community, but I think we had an adult conversation there.
Well, when you type in chat, you miss the emotional nuances. They're just words, and they don't make sense sometimes. Where when you talk to someone, you get a better understanding because you hear the word, you hear the inflection, you hear the emotion, you hear the facts. It's just not printed. And that's why you can have better dialogue if you talk.
That was a great conversation.
Nolly's got emergency cobwebs. That's fucking hilarious. That's hilarious. But no, it's good talk, man. It really was.
It really, really was.
And if we can have a conversation like this and we're just average citizens, there's no reason that the people with the most experience in the different fields that we're referring to, the medical field, the people with the most experience with these scenarios in the medical field, in the police department, and with like parents of mentally disabled, I would say we would need more of those involved. A good group where you can get an average on the way things work when you're dealing with handicapped, mentally disabled people. Maybe some people from mental health facilities as well, and have them all sit down and have the same discussion. They could probably come up with better solutions than us because they got more experience at it. But I mean, if we can do it, there's no reason they shouldn't be doing it.
Absolutely.
For real, we all need to grow up and no, you know what? We need to stop re-electing people who don't represent us.
And that's why everybody's big on term limits.
Not one represents us.
And that's why term limits are very important, so we can get those people out of there.
Well, my father always said that if you want to be a public official, say a congressman or a senator, when you become that a public official, when your term is over, you don't get free medical care, you don't get pension. You have to go back into society and become one of us. You don't go to work for the what do they call themselves? The people who in Washington who have all the money, the big corporations, lobbyists. You don't work for lobbyists. You don't do that. You go back into society and you make your contribution to society just like the rest of us. You don't get treated special because you ran for public office.
Lobbyists need to become a thing of the past.
Yeah. That's right, because the government's turning into a business, and that's where the corruption comes from.
Well, the votes come from like, who's got the most money to push this legislation, you know? And okay, right now we're having a new Supreme Court justice confirmation hearing going on, and like I'll tell you, like I loved Ruth Bader Ginsburg. I followed her before she ever became, the icon that she was. And then I watched all of the people knock her about abortion rights. You know, in 1972, when the abortion rights were passed, was made legal, that there wasn't a woman on the Supreme Court. They were all men. Ruth Bader Ginsburg hated the idea that that was so cut and dry. It didn't give the society, the people, to come to terms with it and get behind it. It was like, no, we're making this decision on this one case and we're going to make it final. Abortion rights across the country, this is it. And it was done by 9 men. There wasn't a woman involved.
Yeah, I mean that's like speaking on behalf of all black people with all white people speaking on behalf of all black people. It's just there's a disconnect. You're not black. I mean, I guess that's a good analogy there.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, here's an analogy. Well, it's not an analogy, but you were talking about like living in a ghetto or a black neighborhood or a drug neighborhood. You don't see like all these black athletes when they make their multi-million-dollar deals. They don't move back to the black neighborhood. They move to a white neighborhood in a gated community.
Or you'll find other black people there, but they're other black successful people.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like these people who play basketball, and I mean, they don't reinvest into the black community. They just move out and live in a gated community.
And here's why. Here's why, because a lot of these big cities are by design. They purposely. I've said this before. If anybody's ever listened to me talk about this, I mean, sorry if I'm repeating myself, but it's really important. They are defunding the education systems in certain areas, and in those areas where they're defunding the education system, what's happening is they're not getting education, and then they're in like third generation growing up in the project. Their grandmother, their mom was on welfare. Their grandmother's on welfare, and they've been living in the same project for 3 generations down the line. All they see in their area is drug dealing, and they're learning how to make money illegally. And it's the easiest way to go with no education, especially when that's the first thing you run across. And they're glamorizing it in the music industry. And these rappers that are rapping about selling drugs and shooting and killing people, most of them never lived a life like that. And all they're doing is teaching other kids that they can do this stuff and grow up and be successful and famous. And it's the facts. Yeah, most people should have common sense and be able to decipher, and make their own decisions. But when you're raised in that environment, it's pretty convincing.
Well, yeah, and you're going to be naturally drawn to that street life because it's all around you. It's either you adapt to it or you are like on the outs and your life is in jeopardy. You either play the game or you're out. And that's a sad thing that I see because I'm not disconnected intellectually or comprehensively about what is going on, but I am disconnected living, my life, never being involved in the court system, never dealing with the police. I taught in a private school all of my life. So all of my students in my 40 years of teaching, I saw an evolution. Like when I started teaching, the school that I was teaching in was all white, you know, and then, you know, there was blacks, and then there were the Jewish community, and then there was the Asian community, and then the Indian community. And now it's such, you know, I retired 5 years ago, but like there is so many different nationalities who have that financial base to send their children to private schools, where in the public sector, you're stuck with the public school system.
That's right. And usually, you know, only people there are no grants to send your kids to public schools. There's no special application you could fill out to get assistance with sending your kid to a better school. So this all falls on how much money do you have. If you don't have that much money, like you said, you're stuck with the public school system. And if you're third generation raised in the projects and you have a kid and you have a little bit of sense about yourself and say, I don't want my kid to go through the same thing that I went through, there still aren't many avenues of travel for that person that wants to make a change in their child's life for the better, even when so I mean, it's not always about bad parents or ignorance. I mean, sometimes, you know, people are a product of their environment. And when your environment is by design, it's almost inescapable. You have to be a very, very exceptional individual to gain that access to the knowledge of what's really happening in the world and then make a difference in your life in time before you get old. And when you're coming from nothing like that, um, it's harder. It's harder than growing up in a private school and then making good educated decisions by the time you're 18 and having your life planned out.
Well, yeah, and like you stated it perfectly, it's environmental because the kids that I taught, and they were all boys, you know, from the ages of
I
like
apologize.
15 to 18.
I've left many messages today, and I guess I've just done that to a bunch of you guys. I'm so sorry. But so you were sent a remonstrance from insideisfree@gmail.com.
I don't know what that is. Can you help me?
Oh,
Insider's
it is
free.
Yeah, the email address that sent the remonstrance is insideisfree@gmail.com. The remonstrance is to have Judge Freeman removed from the bench.
Now, where does Judge Freeman
He is
practice?
He is in Rockingham County.
Okay, well, I represent a district in Wake County, and so you need to be in touch with the representatives and the local people in your county.
Yes. I have been, and I'm waiting for a phone call back. But since this is something that will take all of you guys to do, it was sent to all of you, and I just wanted to make sure that it was received.
I don't know. My legislative assistant is handling my email today. I'm not in the office, nor is she. And I'm in meetings all day.
Okay.
But I did want to call you back because we're trying to be responsive to people.
I appreciate that.
Really, there's not anything I can do until it's brought forward by officials in your county to us, I suppose. And I'd have to read the email, and I will do that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, what is your name?
My name's Noli D.
Would you spell that for me? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
NOLIDEE.
Nola D.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll look into it, and thank you for contacting us.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You
Bye-bye.
too. Bye-bye.
Well, she was civil at least. Sorry, I just muted the page. I don't know if you guys can even hear me or not.
No, we heard you. That was good. She was very responsive.
She was lovely. I liked her.
Yeah.
But is she just telling you what you want to hear, or would she act? I know she said she's not the right person to contact, and she can't get active until it's presented. But at the same time, does she really care?
If she's in a different county,
I will be calling her again to make sure that she reads it.
And if nothing else, it sounds like she knows the correct avenues about what you need to do. So, I mean,
yeah,
if
the
you want,
last one said the same thing. She was just an asshole about it.
Yeah, if you run into any roadblocks, I mean, that is somebody you could consider calling back and asking like the exact correct avenues.
Now, dude, the guy that I talked to yesterday, now he was fucking awesome. Oh my god, he was so great. I wish they were all like that. But what's funny is he said it wouldn't be until after the election, and then that one lady said that they're like gone until like 2021. But this lady says no, that they're busy working. So what the fuck?
Yeah, they don't sound too excited to be at work when they are at work. I mean, it's almost like they're waiting on their vacation. I mean, she said, did she say they're on vacation or they're about to go?
No, that they're on. They're not even there until 2021.
Okay. I mean, it sounds like they get way too many vacations for the amount of work that they get done.
Yeah, and way too much of a salary, and way too much petty cash, and way too much funds to redecorate an office every year. That is such horse shit.
As I was saying, about teaching in a wealthy, school, one like the students, the boys that I taught, will go on to university and they will get their degrees. But what is taught in a private school, in the school that I taught in, is networking. You are taught through your separation to network. And that's what gets you in places in life. And in, underprivileged communities, like the Black community, you network with the people who are there, and either you're going to be a gangster, a drug dealer, or whatever, but that's your network that you're going to deal with. There's such a disconnect.
That's an excellent point, because that's absolutely the way to become an exceptional individual and overcome your obstacles when you're in that type of scenario is to network. I remember growing up without money. I had what I needed, but I didn't have everything that I wanted. And my friends all had dirt bikes at an early age and motorcycles, and I didn't. But I knew that's what I wanted to be doing too. So I networked with those people, and eventually I manifested that into reality. And eventually I had my own motorcycle because I kept my eye on what I wanted. But meanwhile, I was able to ride my friends' motorcycles, and I know that's a small example, but that's networking.
Well, that's exactly what Noli D is doing now. She's networking. You just get out there and you just find the people who can get you to where you want to be. And that's the political game. That's the political game. It's all about networking. It's who you know.
I'm trying to love everybody.
No, but I mean, you're doing the right thing. I mean, your course of action is right.
Well, I appreciate that more than I can even say. Thank you.
I mean, what can you do? I mean, all you can do is sit down and put your plan together, get your flow sheet in front of you, and make every phone call that you can make and tick every box that you can tick, and find out everyone who is willing to participate in this with you, and eliminate the others.
I agree. Yeah, you should see some of my notes that I have on this.
Well, that's what I said. You must have some flow sheet going there to keep all this in order.
Yeah, I got a G tag. Yeah, I got a what do you call it? Not Word, Excel. I got an Excel spreadsheet set up. It's been working pretty good.
Yeah.
It's been working darn good.
Yeah, but I mean, the whole point of this exercise is to build bridges and not burn them.
I agree.
Yeah. You know.
You might have to get a few of them a little bit smoky.
Yeah.
You don't want to burn them down.
You may have to stand there with the torch and say, well, I can burn it down. You know, you may have to be a little forceful, but, you know, you just, I don't know, we have to build bridges and, you know, not use, there, I see so many people in the, I didn't know anything about the first day community, until about, I would say 3 years ago. And I don't know how it popped up into my, you know, box, but it did. And then I just went down that rabbit hole. And I could pick, you know, I could pick out all the losers within 2 shows viewing their videos. It's like, oh, well, you're just playing this for a game. And this is not, you don't have any interest in changing anything. This is all for monetary gain.
Hey, I'm gonna mute myself. I gotta do a few things real quick. Can you guys keep this going? Because the conversation is way too good to just stop it.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't have anywhere to go right now. I'm on bed rest. I had surgery yesterday.
Oh.
You got your ankle taken care of?
Yeah, I got some new hardware, bro. I got some screws and metal plates and some bone filler.
Ooh.
It feels really weird. You can tell there's something in there.
Yeah, it's like having a tooth capped. You know, you notice that cap for a while until your body just gets over that awareness. It's like there.
Yeah. And you want to you don't want to be too aware of it. You want to kind of, your mind has a lot to do with your body, and your body can reject the new hardware. So I've actually been using some type of hypnosis to help accept the new hardware. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but if your body's on edge and, you know, you're in like fight or flight mode, worried about what's in your foot, you know, it's probably not going to be the best outcome.
No, you just have to refocus your mind, pick something else and focus your mind on that. You know, yeah, that's a lot of, you can do a lot with pain management that way too, is just focusing your mind on something else that you enjoy. You know, it's like if you read things, or like you're into motorcycles or dirt bikes, if you get a magazine or get into looking it up on the internet, that takes your mind and puts it on a different focus, and you forget, you know, the foot for a while until you have to get up to go to the bathroom or hobble out to get yourself something to eat. Or are you in a class?
That's the times that I'm having to get up to. That's about all I'm doing. Every once in a while, I'll get cabin fever and I'll go sit outside, but there's not many places I can keep my foot elevated outside, so I tend to stay inside. But you're right. You know, it does have your mindset has a lot to do with your health.
Absolutely.
You know, your body's just a vessel for your mind.
That's all. And you can overcome anything that you are willing to put your mind to. I mean, like you said, our bodies are nothing but vessels. People who have handicaps, you know, lead very normal, productive lives because they realize, okay, this is my body, but, you know, I can overcome this. And they do. I mean, there are just so many people out there who have so many. I've watched several. There are 2 guys that I've watched on YouTube, and I haven't seen them around for a while, but they have no legs. Right, it's cut. Their legs have been taken right out from their hips, and they lead very productive lives.
Right. And wouldn't be called handicapped. Don't like to be called handicapped. They like to think of all the shit they can do.
Oh yeah, one of them's married, and it's like you just wouldn't even think of that. It's like, wow. And who loves his I know there's one man, I wish I could think of his name. He's a speaker. He goes around speaking. He has no arms and no legs, and he only has like a partial foot that he is like a flipper, and he walks back and forth across the stage and just gives all these inspirational talks, you know. So you can overcome anything. But
Oh
then
yeah,
again, it all goes back to your parents and the environment that you were raised in and the encouragement that you were given.
that's true because you manifest. You manifest what comes across your mind the most. If you think it with your mind and you speak it with your mouth, eventually it can become reality, or it will become reality.
Absolutely. You know, just fake it till you make it. I mean, that's the whole, I've heard that line before, and it's true. You just, keep pushing forward and don't stop. And well, I'll give you an example of myself, and I know this, my whole mind situation. I was never sick in my entire life. I never had any physical problems. I had my appendix out when I was like 12 years old. Other than that, I had the flu once in my life, and I just turned 64, and I'd returned to school, and I was in my last year of teaching before my retirement. And all of a sudden, in December, I developed these headaches, and it was just unbearable. So I went to the hospital several times. Well, they diagnosed me with vertigo and then it just progressed and it got worse where I was falling down and blah, blah, blah. And they were still treating me for vertigo. And a sad thing that they did was they gave me steroids to treat this infection in my ear, but they never did any blood work on me before they gave me these steroids. And the disease that I ended up having by giving me steroids was like throwing gasoline onto a fire. So in about February, well, it was late January, I happened to be going out with a friend of mine who lives across the hall in my condo building, and we were going to the store. And we were childhood friends. We grew up together. Our parents were friends, and I made it. She said to me when I opened the door, she said, "Are you sure you're capable of?" I'm going to the store because I'm a fighter, and so I went down the hall. She pushed the button for the elevator, and the next thing I knew, the elevator door opened and I stepped forward and I was down. And she caught me before I actually hit my head on the floor. And I only remember getting the ambulance came, and I remembered them picking me up and putting me on the gurney. I don't remember going down in the elevator. I don't remember leaving the building. I don't remember getting to the hospital. And she came to the hospital right after she followed the ambulance. And the doctor who came in said, "You're lucky that you got him here today because he is in organ failure." And she turned around and she said, "Excuse me." She said, "You were the one who released him the last time he was in this emergency room. She said, so I don't want to hear anything. And she said, that was 4 days ago. And he turned around and walked out. Well, I was admitted, and it took them a whole 5 days through all the processes of elimination and all the tests to come up with what was actually wrong with me. And here I had cryptococcal meningitis, which is an inflammation. It is a fungal inflammation of your spinal fluid and the covering around your brain, which swells. And they only found this out after all these tests. But then, on top of that, I don't fit the criteria to have contracted cryptococcal meningitis. I am not, immune deficient. I don't have AIDS. I don't have any organ transplants. And I didn't have, and what they couldn't understand was how I had this disease because I had no inflammation in my lungs or how it had crossed the blood-brain barrier. And I was in the hospital for 3 months in isolation because when they put me in isolation because they didn't know what was wrong with me. And then they put me on this medication. And the doctor told Carolyn, he said, if he lives for 72 hours, when we start this treatment, he says he has a 10% chance of surviving this. And I did. But I spent 3 months in the hospital being poisoned to the point of delirium because the drug that they were giving me caused delirium. I didn't know. I was laying in a bed and I could look out at this one wing of the hospital and the hospital's name was there. I couldn't even pronounce it. I thought that I was still in my own apartment and I wanted to know what these people were doing in my bedroom. But anyhow, I went through that. Then I went through 6 months of rehabilitation where I had to learn to walk all over again because I couldn't even feed myself. They had me on a feeding tube. I had to learn to feed myself. And then I had to prove to them after 6 months of rehabilitation that I was capable of coming home and taking care of myself. So I had to cook, I had to wash dishes, I had to stand. And I started out in a wheelchair. And when I came home, I had a walker. And then I was on medication for an entire year. And I went to rehab for an entire year. And I progressed to a cane. And then I progressed to walking without a cane. So like you can overcome anything. And I'm a tall man. I'm 6'4". I've always weighed like 200 pounds. I'm thin and I lost 80 pounds within a matter of 6 weeks when I first went in the hospital. And it took me the medication that I was on was really debilitating to my body. And until I was off of that medication, that treatment for 1 year, I didn't gain any weight at all. So you can overcome what you need to overcome. I mean, I was a walking skeleton, and now I'm back to normal. I weigh 200 and I think 10 or 15 pounds now. So I gained 15 pounds more. But that threw my whole life right off, right there.
Hold on a sec. Hold on just a second.
No problem.
Having trouble getting around. I'm on crutches. I will be for about 6 months. I can't walk, and I probably wouldn't walk again if I wouldn't have had this operation. But I just noticed somebody was saying we must not know anything about being in chronic pain. But I got a lot of people don't know this about me, but I got an advanced liver disease. Fucking neighbors building something. Anyway, I've got a chronic liver disease and a fatty liver disease, 75% advanced. This motherfucker here. I came outside so I could share something with you, but I didn't know it was going to be this noisy. Sorry about that. But anyway, I've got in my lap a bottle of hydrocodone, 7.5 hydrocodone 10s, and I got oxycodone Percocet 10s, all prescribed to me for this calcaneus fractures. Some of the most debilitating pain you could be in, and these pills don't touch it. You know, it helps a little bit, but it doesn't never stop it from hurting. And I've been given shots of morphine, and it's like it's nothing. I mean, and I'm not a drug abuser or nothing like that. I haven't taken pills before this, but you know, I know what chronic pain's like. My only thing was that, you know, it does help me with the mind over matter deal. That still helps. It doesn't cure anything, but it does help you, in my opinion. I mean, it might not work for everybody, but I do believe that the mind has a lot to do with healing the body.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a lot of mind over matter, and every drug, it's like I said to Carolyn, I said, and well, she said to me, she said, like, it's really funny how you have to be, they practically kill you with medication before they cure you. And you take, you know, yeah, and so you being outside, like, do you well, yeah, you have your phone with you. Like, don't ever go anywhere without your phone.
No, because if I fall, there's nobody there to help me. You know.
That's right. That's right. You know.
Yeah, I make sure I bring my phone. I really don't get to go anywhere now because I can't drive. That's my right foot, and it's not safe for me to drive anything right now. I have no feeling right now because I just had the surgery. They gave me what they call a block in the back of my leg, where I can't when you touch your toes or right below where they gave me the block from about my kneecap down, you can touch it and it has no feeling in it. But I can absolutely feel where they put the hardware in. So like I can't feel my leg, but I can feel that something new is in my leg. You see what I'm saying? I can feel there's something there that wasn't there before. It's like a pressure, a constant pressure. But the block is starting to wear off because it was just done yesterday, and I'm starting to regain feeling in it. So, and it's bruised from the tip of my toes all the way up to my kneecap, and the injury is actually my calcaneus, the heel. So that just gives you an idea of how bad it is. I never really knew much about these type of injuries until it happened to me, and it's some terrible pain. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty rough. I wouldn't wish it on anybody else.
And that's like there are when you experience some sort of problem with your body, and or like I with that particular disease, I never knew that. Well, even my infectious disease doctor, she said if you had acquired this, she said 10 years ago, you would be dead because we didn't have the treatment for it. And then you go on to like, I went onto the internet and, got in touch and found out that there were other people out there who had this disease, who had absolutely the same, were in the same situation I was. They didn't have any of the manifestations that should have been there. This disease is all around us. It is in the ground. It's natural, and it affects just certain people. But there are people out there who have good immune systems that it gets by. So I sort of became the guinea pig because I had so many people who are in the hospital system that I was in. I had all the neurologists and infectious disease doctors and all of these people who came in and looked at me just because I was an anomaly to have this disease. Pills. I see them.
I was showing Hot Rod was asking what I had. These
Okay.
are hydrocodone. I covered my name up so I don't get doxxed. These are the hydrocodone 10s. They're Norcos or something like. They're basically Lortab. And then I've got those in 7.5s and 10s, and then I've got oxycodone Percocet 10s. And that's for my fractured calcaneus. Well, it's not fractured anymore. I had a surgery. I had a surgery yesterday. This motherfucker's so loud. I'm gonna go back inside. I had a surgery yesterday, and that's why I'm on all the meds. I've been hurt since the 4th of this month. Maybe he's finished. I've been hurt since the 4th of this month. I didn't never take medication before this. But I was just showing that I'm in pain. I'm just dealing with it,
Yeah. There's no way around it. You have to go through it.
I mean, like you can see the bruising goes all the way up to here. And then like my toes need attention, so I'm not showing you my damn toes.
Well, I saw the stress when you showed, I saw the stress blisters.
Yeah. So you saw it before I got it wrapped back up. It hurt so bad. It was in a cast in. I'm on my 4th cast now. I took off 2 of them because it hurt so bad. And it didn't help taking them off. But I mean, I was trying anything I could. That's how bad it hurt. This asshole here. I'm going back inside. Give me a sec. Oh shit. Came out here for the peace and there is none. Sorry about that. Well, I'm not gonna leave you hanging. I'm waiting on Nolly to come back. I'll make my way back inside so y'all can hear me. All right.
Man, what a lot of people have to realize too is no matter what medication they give you to treat you or to cure you, it has side effects on your body.
No doubt. And see, with me having that liver disease, this isn't the best situation for me to be in.
True.
But I quit drinking alcohol, and I'm trying to quit smoking cigarettes because I didn't know this, but nicotine has a terrible effect on trying to heal fractures. And I got a whole lot of information on it now. But the doctors are trying to make me quit smoking. They said that there have been cases where they've had to cut people's feet off because they wouldn't quit smoking with the same type of injury that I have. So I'm trying to take it serious. But
Yeah,
anyway,
if you have any kind of, you don't have any diabetes or anything, do you?
no, thankfully I don't. I just got
Good.
the fatty liver.
Yeah.
Other than that, I'm good. I wasn't taking any medication for that. I just didn't. I don't have the money to keep going. This right here is killing me. I mean, I done ran up a $7,000 bill since the 4th.
Oh,
I
yeah.
can't keep affording to do. Those are some expensive people to deal with. I should have gotten that profession. I mean, literally, this cat doing the surgery on my foot took a little over an hour, and shit, he pocketed $4,000 out of the deal.
Oh, absolutely. I ended up the medication that I was on. I was on like 27 different prescriptions when I came home. 17 of them were all vitamins, different, like because my body was not absorbing any of the nutrients because of this one pill that I had to take. Well, I had to take 2 pills a day, and this is one prescription, 2 pills a day. And that one prescription, thank God I only had to pay a copay of like $5 to get it. But it costs $1,000 a day for 2 pills.
That's expensive.
And that's nuts. What the hell costs? Like, what is in this stuff?
What you'll find out. What you'll find out. Well, that's probably because there's a monopoly on that drug within the big pharmaceutical industry. And what you'll find out is the pharmaceutical the pharmaceutical industry will run across a patent for a cure for a disease or something similar that can be cured. And when the pharmaceutical company runs across the patent, what they'll do is they will buy out the person with the patent for the cure so they can keep selling you the treatment for the symptoms, because there's no money in curing anyone. Because if I can cure you, you only need me once. That's a one-time visit, and you pay me once, and that's it. It's over. You're cured. But if I can buy out the patent for the cure and I'm selling the treatment for the symptoms, if you're just treating the symptoms but you're not addressing the main cause, then you'll never cure them, but they'll keep you coming back so they can treat your symptoms. So, whereas they could probably cure your pain, they're just going to give you something to hold you off. And when you run out, you'll be right back. So essentially what they are is they're just legalized drug dealers. And that's all it is.
Yep.
There's legalized drug dealing. There's legalized murder. We call it abortion. I mean, if you want to get down to it, everything that's against the law is always legal for the government to do. I mean, and it's so many different areas that all you have to have is a license, or be in a powerful position. The same thing that would be a felony for us is completely legal, for someone else.
Well, I asked my infectious disease doctor, I said, like, why does this treatment cost so much? She said, because it's a supply and demand thing. And she said, there isn't the demand for it. She said, so that's why they make so much money off of it. She said, what you have is not common at all. She said, so like they're not making up millions and millions and millions of pills a day. This is limited supply that they make. It's, supply and demand in everything, even though it does pertain to our lives.
And see, that's what I was referring to earlier. You see, when business becomes involved and monetary gains become involved, that's when we lose track of what's supposed to be the goals or the good intentions behind whatever you're doing, and it turns into whatever I can do to make profit.
Yeah.
And when that's why there should be nonprofit organizations when it comes to handling the big stuff. and it shouldn't be a business at all, because that's usually where the corruption comes in. And like medicines and things like that, it should definitely be more governed in areas like that, where you're talking about like these $1,000 pills for 2 pills. I mean, that's not the only medication that's priced like that. I'm not sure exactly which drug you're referring to, but a lot of your cancer treating, a lot of life-saving drugs that are necessary to treat symptoms for terminally ill are the same way. You're talking about people that are dying, that should be able to spend their money on enjoying what's left of their life, or having to fork over all their money and borrow and run up lines of credit that they can't afford just to treat their symptoms.
And I was very fortunate that I had a very good medical plan, that covered this. Because my hospital bill was over $3 million. That didn't even touch the rehabilitation. $3 million for 3 months in the hospital. It's nonsense. But it is. The medical industry.
How much for 3 months in the hospital?
$3 million.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I just have to leave it to you in my will.
I was very fortunate, like I said, to have, a good medical plan that covered all of that. I don't know. I mean, I would have lost everything, because at that time I had just purchased, because I was retiring, I had sold my home and I purchased a condo that I live in now. And, I would have, granted, I have, I'm very fortunate because I have family money, but the idea is I collect Social Security, I have my pension, plus I have an endowment policy where, I get money every month from my family that put that in, place for my sister and I. So I am very fortunate. I am one of the fortunate people. But I mean, I could have lost everything. I could have lost everything. I'm glad I had sold my home and that. But now I drive, but I don't drive very often. I only drive like 3 days a week because I do volunteer work in the kitchen, soup kitchen, 3 days a week. And
so you do volunteer work?
Yeah.
That's respectable right there.
Yeah, and before this whole COVID thing took over, I was doing like tutoring also, just to, because when you live your whole life and you're so used to routine and you retire, it's like, what am I going to do, with my time? And there, I was blessed that I that I'm still alive. So that's why, I enjoy, like still tutoring, but I don't have to tutor anybody now because everybody's taking classes electronically anyhow.
Yeah, that's what a lot of the veterans, after they retire, come back from war and stuff like that, they found themselves out of place, and they wonder what to do with themselves.
Well, and like I can't even equate my life experience to a veteran who has gone through war, who has seen horror that is incomprehensible and have to live with that.
And then they expect them to be cold-blooded killers overseas and come home and be normal.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't make that transition. I mean, because you can't unsee, what
That's
you've
true.
seen and what you've experienced.
That
And
is true.
if you're a soldier and you see death all the time, that has to take an emotional toll on you. And that's why so many veterans commit suicide, is because, they get thrown back. Oh, okay, we take you out of this place where they're bombing the hell out of you and you're trying to survive, and throw you back into the real world where it's like, you're out of place. You just don't know what to
And they don't have much use for them once they become, they call it PSTD now, but it used to be called shell shock back in the day.
do.
They
Yeah.
find more, like George Carlin said, they find more ways to pussify America by turning words that used to say exactly the meaning was almost in the word. You get a good emotional uh sense of what it means within the word. Well, what they do now is they changed it from shell shock to PSTD, and they changed the wording up so much that it's almost like it doesn't even exist. It's not as heartfelt. You can't sense what's really happening when you hear PSTD. And what they do is they make it to where people are desensitized to things like that.
Absolutely.
That way
Yeah.
they're not responsible for addressing the issues, and people just overlook it.
All they've done is just change the word to make it more palatable,
Right.
So
Yeah, easier to swallow.
yeah, that's
And
all.
it's something that should never, and that just makes it easier to overlook, you know.
Yeah, yeah, and
And
that's
there's a lot of things that are done that way, just like in the mental health, well, PSTD is mental health, so
yeah.
we're not too far off track.
No,
But
and
just like when you got the police assisting the mentally disabled, I mean, you don't have to look very far into it to see that the system's broken right there.
yeah, I mean, like that would, it would be like sending you or I out as on an ambulance call to a car wreck. Like, well, like, what the hell do we do?
All right.
How do we handle this? How do we stop this person from dying before they even we get them into the ambulance? I mean, that's why we have, EMTs. An ambulance doesn't go out without an EMT. And years ago, they did. They were just volunteers.
And that's why a lot of people have a lot of problem with the militarization of police and turning the police into militants, because they're not going to fight a foreign war or anything. And police officers were originally peace officers, and they were only there to keep the peace. They're not there to tax the citizens. It was never meant for them to tax the citizens and be more of a dictatorship than a democracy. But it's turned into, all of a sudden, you used to have the small town Barney Fife. That used to be how almost all cops were. And they were easy to talk to, and they were well respected because they were just like everybody else. And they didn't overreach the authority like they do nowadays. And then, it went from just overreaching authority to making sure that they have the weapons and the backing of the higher ups in government so that they can overreach their authority. And it goes on it's going so much across the board and so high up in the government that it's crooked from the top to the bottom. And the only way to kill a snake is to cut off its head, and in that case you would be a terrorist.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's really hard to fix the system because as the years go by, it's just getting worse and worse. And it's moving all in favor of big corporations, the big banks. I mean, they're the only people that's not affected. I mean, and they're not the average citizen. They don't live the same life. They didn't grow up. They're not growing up poor. They're not growing up in a bad neighborhood. They're living in gated communities and stuff like that. Or they some of these jokers have their own islands and stuff like that. I mean, if you want to get down to it, like, and if they don't like where they are, you know, they can hop on a plane and head somewhere else.
Yeah.
And they've got the money to do it.
Yeah, I moved back to the hometown that I grew up in. I was raised on a farm, but I live in a town which is only 5 miles. It's a borough, and then the borough is surrounded all by townships. And I grew up in a township on a farm, a dairy farm. And when I moved back home, after I retired, I live in the town that I live in only has like 2,600 people. And we have 11 police officers. All those police officers are from the town. Everybody knows who they are, who their parents are, who their grandparents are, who their uncles, aunts, everything. When you grow up in a small community, you know everything. Like, if I leave my house and drive down Church Street, there are 20 people on Church Street who know my car. Well, everybody probably knows. I mean, they all know who I am. You just know everybody. But there are 20 people who are seeing me leave town. They know. And by the time I get to Daleville, where the supermarket is.
Daleville, are you in Alabama?
No, I'm in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
And by the time I get to the supermarket, I run into 100 other people that I know, and the people in town know exactly where I went before I ever got back home. You know, it's that small of a community. Everybody knows everybody.
Right. And when something goes wrong, there's a select handful of people in those type of towns where when I was a kid, if something happened, like a window got broken, there was like 5 to 10 kids. They just go door to door. They'll figure out who did it. You know, I mean, you know, and they know which kids to go check. You know, I mean, I wasn't always a good kid, and I used to live in a 2-cop town, and damn, when something happened, you know, they'd come asking me where was I at and what was I doing. Hell, you know, I've been being good, you know. But that's the small town, the difference between the small towns and the big ones, you know. They're easier to regulate.
Well, yeah, I mean, because when you have large departments, I mean, you're talking hundreds of police officers in a department, you know, in a big city. Like, you know, like those precincts are so divided. I mean, I mean, how do you control all of that? You know?
Hey, Josiah.
Yeah.
We got a question down here about blind justice. Has anybody heard from Mrs. Justice? Apparently he's reached out and he's out crying for his release. He's ready to go.
Well, yeah, I saw that MD posted that, and Noli D mentioned when I first got on, we were talking about that, and they have to put up their house as collateral.
So they've managed to get a reasonable bond where you can deal with a bonding company then.
Well, see, their house, Noli said that their house is paid for.
Right.
So
right.
they can borrow, you know, 50 grand on that.
You could put that up as collateral, but I do have experience in this type of area, and so basically, if your bond is 50,000, it's usually 10 to 12% of what the actual amount is that they would take in cash. So it will probably cost about $5,500 in cash, or if you have property collateral that amounts, I don't know if it has to amount to the full amount or not, but I know you can put up a property bond or you can do a cash bond, but it's usually only 10 to 12%. And if you use property, I don't know if it has to be the 50 grand, right? I don't know if it's 10% or 12% still, but I think that might just apply to cash bonds. But so
I don't know how the bond system works, and Noli had mentioned it. And then I said to Noli, I said, what everyone is trying to do right now is like deal with the Institute of Justice or, the remonstrance and this. I said, that is completely off the table. What Mike has to do now is, whether he likes it or not, he has to deal with the judge on the judge's terms
that's
and
right.
get this out of the way and then go from there.
Right. And which is that, in my opinion, that's what he should have done to begin with, because the ball was in their court per se, and it wasn't the time. I mean, I understand that he wasn't allowed to bring in his devices that were necessary, but to be fair, he already knows it's a dictatorship in that area, and that was his whole reason of being there and protesting. Well, he lives there, but that was his whole reason for protesting the injustice that was going on in his area. So he was well aware that this place isn't necessarily playing by the rules, and what they're doing is they're trying to make an example out of him with all their might. And he should have seen this coming. I'm not blaming the victim here, but it wasn't the best time to assert your rights when you know they're not known. They don't have a good history of respecting rights in the first place.
Yeah, it wasn't a great hill to die on when you knew from the letter that came from the judge through the ADA to your attorney, that was approved by the ADA to the judge, sent to your attorney accepted it, and you went there and chose this route. I think it backfired on it. And it's like he's got to deal with this, whether he likes it or not, to get
He's
this
in,
this plate.
he's in it now. He's in it now, and there's only one way out.
Yeah, because like if he goes there and does this again with his house on the line, his house gone.
That's right. That's what you put it up for, in case if you renege on the deal with the bondsman. You sign a contract.
Yeah,
It's up for grabs.
yeah. So if he's willing to do that, I believe that he's willing to go through and do what he has to do to get this, because he has another case coming up this month, and then he has one coming up in December.
What's the case? What's the case in December? Something totally separate.
Yeah, I think it has to deal with him being. Remember when he was he was dragged from the one place, in
When he sat down on the floor in the lobby.
Where they told him to leave and he was filming and he didn't, and then they tried to arrest him and he went down, and then they put him in a chair and took him outside. Yeah, I think that's one case. And then there's another case. I don't know what it is, but I believe there's one other one in this month. And then in November he has this case, and then I think in December he has that other case. So it's like you got to get these cases out of there, and then just go gung ho. Take the money, get a good attorney, because you need an attorney to fight. You can't do it pro se.
They were waiting for an opportunity. Look, when you're trying to do your best to incriminate them, which they deserved it, if they're the law enforcement and they're the ones being corrupt, they definitely need intervention. And but when you're making that move, there's an old saying: don't throw rocks when you live in a glass house. Basically, he wasn't living in a glass house, but he showed them his windows. Any little window you show, they're gonna try to get in through it, because you're trying to get them in trouble. So when they're in the business of putting people in trouble or convicting people in trouble, and it's their house, I mean, you're fighting an uphill battle to begin with. So you got to understand, the first opportunity they get to turn the tables on you and turn you into the one breaking the rules, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, and And when you stop to think about it, and not, I'm not condemning Mike in any way,
Me either.
but like, this is all over a resisting arrest charge. Are
Right.
you kidding me?
It should have never went this far, and the bond was outrageous.
Yeah,
And
but I
you know,
mean, this is all over resisting arrest. Like, why would you turn it into this fiasco? I mean, because it's just such a, nonsense charge.
the judge must have been watching the freaking YouTube stream, because listen, even though the judge might say, okay, well, it's a failure to appear. Okay, we watched this happen in real time. The
Yeah.
paperwork didn't even have time to go through, you know. And if you're knowing that this guy's right outside the courtroom, there's no reason that you would go $50,000 failure to appear, like he went on the freaking run. In an average case, if he did go on the run, if it was somebody else in the same town, but they weren't protesting the way he was, or trying to shed light on transparency through the justice system, he wouldn't have gotten the same treatment. And the only reason that, in my opinion, that he was sent to prison is because the phone calls that they were receiving at the jail. They doubled down by locking him up, and they went all in by flexing their power by putting him in the penitentiary. You want a
Well,
welfare check on him? You want to know how he's doing? Guess what? He's not here. He's in the penitentiary now. And
well,
it's just them flexing their authority, in my opinion.
well, I think they put him, in the infirmary in the prison in Raleigh, not because of the phone calls and not because of that. I believe that they put him there because they knew that they weren't qualified to deal with his disabilities.
Right.
And to cover their ass, they're going to put him in a medical facility.
You know that just like a police officer has discretion, the court also is allowed to use discretion. And he's got misdemeanor cases, and with COVID and everything else, and generally they're not locking people up for stuff like that. It's just another court appearance. But what they're trying to say is they're treating him like a flight risk because he didn't make it into the courtroom. So they're really sticking it to him, and they obviously know that he was right outside those doors. So
Oh,
I mean,
sure.
it's really hard to see it any other way but as being retaliatory, because the judge could have used their own discretion to say, hey, this guy's got disabilities, and no, we might not be equipped to handle them, but this guy's appeared. He even tried to appear today. The reason why was because of his equipment. There was a debate over the equipment. That doesn't justify $50,000 bond. It doesn't justify sending the man to the penitentiary. When it reached that point, they realized they couldn't take care of him. They should have turned him loose to his wife.
Yeah. And if you just
And
look
the
at
ankle
that,
monitor would have made sure. And okay, so you say you're going to put an FTA on him, and he didn't show up for court last time, and with his disabilities and with the COVID situation, he should have been released on ankle monitor. I think that would have been fair.
yeah, I agree. But if you just look at this was Mike's second court date on this. And when he went there the first time, they wouldn't allow him in. And the judge didn't use any retaliatory action. He could have got him right then and there for no show or contempt, because he wouldn't enter the courthouse without his devices on the first try. So they were already aware of that. And then all of this other stuff blew up, which they were aware of, that happened in Madison. So when he came back, and like when you make videos and you put them out there and you talk about the judge and that you don't agree and this and that, and then you go out and cause trouble in the town, they're watching. I mean, your whole life is on a video. All your comments are on video. So they're going to get you. That's your window that you just showed them, and they have it all. You know damn well that they've downloaded every video that's on Mike's channel.
That's right. Anything you say can and will be
held against you
in the court of law.
Yeah, and that's with a lot of first day people who go out there and use like all this nonsense, and they're spouting nonsense. It's like you have on your channel an established pattern of behavior that is visible for the world to see. And they're going to use that against you. Every remark that you've made, every situation you've created, every time the cops have been called against you, and all the threats that you make against anyone that you come across, they're going to use that against you. And that's what they've done to Mike.
1 second, I'm pissing, bro.
No problem.
Nolly went to take a shower and everything, just kicked back. We can't even let anybody else up on panel.
I know.
He's lucky we got shit to talk about, I guess.
Yeah, I read it. There's a comment. Okay, where was it? He also got attacked in Madison, but that attack has nothing to do with the resisting arrest.
I want to ask. Here's a question I'd like to ask you, Josiah. All right, if you are kicking back, and like you said, they absolutely seen this. It's really hard to believe that they didn't. And like you said, they more than likely have all the videos downloaded and probably watched them more than once. Now, what kind of message does it send to the other people, the other citizens that assaulted Mike, took his sign, acted like a lynch mob, and tried to place fear in him and intimidate him? And what type of message does it send to them when he's trying to stop that injustice and the tables are turned on him and he's turned into the bad guy? He's the one that goes to jail for the longest. He's the one that has the most consequences out of the two sides. And all that does is condone. That's basically the judge condoning the behavior of the town. Would you agree?
Well, yeah, I would agree. And it's the whole, when you live in a small community, that community has less people. It has what I think Mrs. Justice, she stated the population, it's only like 2,068 people. So they know everybody. Everybody is related to everybody there. So they're going to stick up for their own. Like Mike was born in North Carolina, but not in that town. But little towns are, I don't know, they're cliquish. That's like, your mother can, beat the shit out of you, but don't let anybody else touch you.
That's right. That's right.
You know what I mean?
They see it as an outsider. I mean, and it was made very clear. We don't want you here. This is our town, and blah 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 blah. They forget that no, this is America.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether you're familiar with the rest of the area or not, you're actually in the whole country.
Yeah.
But
it's that small town mentality. It's neighborhood. It's like a city, living in a big city. It's a neighborhood you live in. So you're going to defend that neighborhood.
Right.
Regardless.
Or if you got enough sense and you're growing up in a bad neighborhood, instead of defending it, you might try to move away from it.
Move out of it,
Yeah.
And then I don't believe, this is just my feelings, that and I called bullshit on it when it started. Eric should have kept his nose out of it. He only caused more trouble for Mike.
I think that's where most of the trouble came from.
Yeah. It's like, let Mike handle his own. You cause all your own shit in Denver, you deal with that. There. You know, Denver's a big place.
I believe that played a huge role in his outcome in court.
Yeah.
Well, or his outcome in outside of the courtroom, because
Yeah.
he never made it in.
No. You know, and it's like you just have to like go back to the small town mentality where you know everybody and everybody knows you and everybody knows your mother and your father and your aunts and your uncles. And a girl that I graduated with, I have a Facebook page, but it's limited to my high school friends and my work colleagues. And so anything I post on it cannot be seen by anyone on their page. It can only be seen by them, and they can't repost it. So, but anyhow.
Just a second, Josiah. Hey,
Okay.
buddy. How much schoolwork do you have done?
I've done everything for this week, except for certain assignments I can't really do, and I'll tell you why.
Do everything that you're able to do. I'll come in and check it out in a minute, but make sure you do all your work. I want to catch you in there playing Xbox. You're not done with your work.
Yeah, it's stuff that I have to print out. We have to set up.
All right, I'll come in here and talk to you in a minute. You still there?
Yeah. See, it's like just you and having in this whole situation with, you know, the online teaching, like you have to deal with, you know, that was your son, I'm assuming.
That's my nephew.
Oh, your nephew. But I mean, you have to deal with him to make sure that he is doing what he's supposed to be doing. You know what I mean? You have to be on top of him. So instead of just, you know, parenting him or disciplining him, or when he's off from school, you have now become the teacher.
Right. They don't. This school setup that they have. I mean, it's a homeschool setting that you use your home computer for, but there isn't. The teachers are only in touch via text and phone calls. There is no like a Zoom class where everybody can see each other and you have to be attentive to the teacher.
Oh, so he's on just a homeschooling. He didn't go to school at all. He's homeschooled. So it's a different program.
Are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, I accidentally clicked off screen. But yeah, I mean, it's not ideal setup. He's a really smart kid, so in my opinion, I mean, it's a waste of his potential.
Yeah, and the situation is, how old is he?
He's 13.
Okay. And children need to be socialized. They need to be around their peers. So they learn how to play the game of life and the hierarchy. You know, and homeschooling, and now with this, you know, Zoom classes, these kids aren't being socialized. That's the whole part of being a teenager, is to be socialized.
Right. You couldn't keep me inside at that age. You know, I mean, I had video games. I think at that age, PlayStation had just came out, but I always had video games growing up, at least one system, and it never kept me indoors all the time. There was always something I'd rather be doing outside. And don't get me wrong, I enjoyed playing video games too, but there was never a point in my life where that was my whole life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But this is a whole different generation, man. It's a lot different.
It is. I mean, I see
we remember we didn't have the internet when I'm only 34, and the only people that had the internet was like the wealthier people. And for a long time, you know, when I was growing up, and it was dial up at that, you know, it took 10 minutes to load one web page.
Yeah.
So I mean, we're dealing with a whole different group here, and you know, the government's got it figured out, because here's the thing: before they handed us over the technology, they already figured out how they were going to control it, and what they were going to do with it. And I think these kids as adults are going to have a different reality, a way different reality than the one the one we had growing up and coming into adulthood.
Yeah, because I mean, we were outside, and so I was on Kenny Klein's panel last night, and we were talking. Well, Kenny was trying to control this group of people that he had on the panel, and it was I wrote a comment after. I said, Kenny, I says that whole discussion that we had last night, that I said was like teaching all over again. It put me back in that mentality. But it was like herding cats to keep them on topic. They all wanted to keep taking right-hand turns instead of staying on topic and answering the question. And the question was the constitutionality of the NSA. And when 9/11 happened, and how we are so monitored in everything that we do in our everyday lives, no matter where we go.
And a lot of people don't realize it, and they love their devices so much. It's a lot like the TV that I was talking about, how people just grew up with the TV sitting in front of it, and that's where they got their joy from. That's where they were getting their information from. And so it's so hard to believe that the TV is going to betray you, or that they might be lying to you in the news. Same thing.
Yeah.
Same thing goes with your new devices. You know, you think your camera's there for selfies, and you think your microphone's there for you to talk to people, but it goes both ways. And then you realize, if you're paying any attention, this is not a conspiracy theory. This is information that was revealed by whistleblower Eric Snowden, I believe. Yeah, it was Snowden.
Yeah.
And he wound up being considered a terrorist. And all he did was reveal that the government was breaking the law, and now he's a terrorist. And that's what I was telling you. That's why it's so hard or I was telling Hot Rod that when it's crooked from the top down, that it's just almost nearly impossible to fix it. Even if you find yourself in a position where you can run for office, or you can get a job there at that agency, as soon as you start trying to change things, you're the squeaky wheel. You know, you are the squeaky wheel, because everybody else has been breaking the law, and that's what they want to continue to do. So, I mean, it's really hard to make a change. And like I said, the only way to kill a snake is cut off the head. And that's what Eric Snowden tried to do. And look what they did. He had to seek refuge in a whole nother country.
And our discussion last night was just how, well, Kenny and I kept going back when there were like 6 of us on the panel, and they were going, and I said, no, you can't. I said, the premise of the question is the constitutionality of the surveillance that we are under 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, because of the technology. And what happened at 9/11 was the NSA has been around since Truman. It was started in 1952, but that it was started for the reason of the Cold War, the threat of nuclear, annihilation, surveillance on what countries had missiles, and blah blah blah, and this and that.
It's always supposed to be for good reasons, and then it winds up turning out to be used against your own people.
Okay, but the surveillance after 9/11 was, what happened was, we were so in shock of that, whether you believe it's a conspiracy, whether you believe in action, whatever, that is irrelevant to the conversation. But at 9/11, we were dealing with all those people dying, this catastrophe happening on our own soil, the fear and everything that the Congress took and added all of these laws, which they then ran through the Supreme Court to get that stamp of approval to add it to the NSA within a matter of months. You know, we were so absorbed in all of this, and well, we're going to war and we were attacked and this and fear and like, is it going to happen again? You know, that we weren't paying attention to what rights we were giving up that the government had subverted through that and to the court to get their stamp of approval. And I had listened to Anthony Scalia talk about this. He was a Supreme Court justice. And he said, see, when you deal with the Supreme Court or the courts in general, well, especially the Supreme Court goes off of motions and briefs. They don't go off of they can't call the Pentagon and say, like, is this really necessary? Do we need to go this far? You know, blah, blah, blah. They can't go and ask questions to people who know. They have to go off of the briefs and the motions that are presented to them without having any professional speak with them. They have to go what is on the written page and decide. So they rubber stamped, you know, all of that through the NSA and gave the NSA more power over us.
Right. And that's all it was a power grab, in my opinion. I believe that the United States was responsible for the attacks on the Twin Towers, and here's why I say that they were responsible. It was the Northwoods files that were it's declassified FBI files. I know it's the Northwood files. Within those files, there's a lot of stuff in there. But what you'll find is that the FBI and the CIA had a plan on the books to attack the same Twin Towers themselves, and to blame it on Cuba and Fidel Castro, to use it in the media to get the support of the people to go to war. And they never did use it in the 60s. They began to use it in the mid 80s, and here's why I say they began to use it in the mid 80s. They started using the pre-programming with the media, and actually it was in wrestling, of all things, WrestleMania. Hulk Hogan, Macho Man Randy Savage, follow me now, and these two Arabic, it was Macho Man Randy Savage and Hulk Hogan tag teaming on one team, and the other team was these two Arabic people called the Twin Towers. And in this staged event or whatnot, they have the heated debate with Mean Gene Okerlund, and Macho Man Randy Savage says that they're gonna take down the Twin Towers and blah blah blah, and they were doing the fight in New York and this, that, and the other. Well, that was the beginning of a pre-programming operation, which is a psychological effect. What they do is they'll use the media to pre-program people to accept something before it happens. That way, when it happens, it won't come as a shock, and they'll be desensitized to it.
Absolutely.
But they didn't do that. They didn't follow through with it in the 80s. But in 2001, I think they finally did it. And how convenient is it that they've had this plan on the book since the 60s? And why is it so hard to believe in 2001 that they finally did it to themselves? And then, you know, it's not a conspiracy theory when you've got facts to back it up. And an example, the declassified Northwood files. You can go to the FBI website and view them yourself.
Yeah.
You know, and what people throw around the conspiracy word conspiracy theorists word too freely to discredit somebody else that's done their research.
Yeah, and it's like even just removing the conspiracy theories and saying that it actually was done. It's like going back to Pearl Harbor. They knew that Pearl Harbor was going to be attacked. They knew that. They allowed that to happen. And
Yeah,
that was
most
our
of the, most of,
introduction into the war.
most wars are misrepresented by the government. I mean, there's really no good reason why you would travel that far and fight with somebody that you don't even have to fight with.
Yeah, but I
I
mean,
mean,
they knew. They
think
knew
about it.
that.
Like you got like you hear about something happening way somewhere else, you stick your nose in it and make it your business to travel all the way over there and expect everybody else to pay for it. When, with all the people that we have as a whole in our country, I mean, you would think that you could put your heads together and say, hey, this isn't such a good idea. Like George Bush doing the invasion on Iraq with the supposed region of weapons of mass destruction.
Right.
The United Nations clearly came on the news and said that we are investigating this. We are doing our job. George Bush said it wasn't being done fast enough, but they were adamant about that they're doing the job as fast as possible, as fast as it can be done, and there no intervention from another country was going to make it get done any faster. It turns out there were no weapons of mass destruction. These jokers didn't even have a freaking real army. They're running around with flip flops and turbans, and they ain't killing militants. They're killing them. They're killing the fucking citizens. And
Yeah.
and there were no weapons of mass destruction. They blamed it on bad intel. Bad intel. So you telling me you had some bad intel and you got the United Nations telling you they're doing the job already. It can't be done any faster. And you jumped the whole gun on bad intel. And none of that's the truth. The truth is they had a hidden agenda.
Yeah, it's all an agenda. It's all an agenda. The whole even with the subversion of like the Patriot Act, like getting that, I mean, passed. I mean, that was done on when our country, I mean, everybody was in fear. I mean, what better way to get people not to pay attention to what's actually going on? It's like give them a threat to think about, give them an example, destroy, you know, one of our major cities. It's like, so we're going to react. And they snowballed us, and just put out there, so now, well, I said, because we couldn't get this one guy, he was a Canadian. We couldn't, he just kept asking the same question over and over. And I said to him, Stuck, I said, look at this. This is an example of how our information is so freely accessible and is exchanged just by the click of a mouse. I said, if I type in anything, say I want to know about a product or I'm interested in purchasing a product, I said, I Google that. I don't buy that product. But the next time I pick a YouTube video to watch, you can be damn assured that there's going to be an advertisement for that product on my YouTube channel that I'm watching.
That's right. They're using targeted ads. Targeted ads.
Well, that's what I mean. You can't do anything. I mean, everything. I mean, like, even your cable companies, they know what shows you're watching. They know that when you call this 800 number to purchase this product, boom, boom, boom. I mean, that's all exchanged. That information is like instantaneous now. And we were.
I mean, here's a good. I agree with that, and here's another good example of that. All right, so they're checking to see how much power they still have in the media. All right, the media is so powerful that they have almost all Americans walking around wearing masks, and they don't have to look very far to see how effective their power grab is working, or their what they put in the media is working, because all they gotta do is see who all's wearing masks, who all 6 feet apart. I mean, it's pretty easy to see who's buying the shit and who's not.
Yeah. And I
And
mean, all you
when
have
they
to
say
do
they're
is
testing, sorry to keep interrupting, but when
no,
they
go
say
ahead.
that they're testing, they're testing us. They're testing us. I mean, they throw that word testing. We got to do more testing, testing. And I kept hearing it, and I was like, hold on. It's right there in front of our faces. They're testing us, not for COVID. They're testing us for backbone. They're testing us for critical thinking.
Yep.
They're testing us to see how submissive we are.
Yep.
That's my opinion.
And no, and the word submissive is the operative word here. Like how quickly we will obey.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
so it is. I mean, that word submissive is the operative word. There's always an operative word that cuts right to the heart of whatever you're talking about. And that word is submissive. And like you said, it's, yeah, private businesses, courthouses, hospitals, boom, boom, like, okay, I know, and when this whole thing started about COVID, and somebody said, like, are you concerned? I said, I'm going to be concerned. I said, I got a goddamn fucking a fungal infection that almost killed me that I can't see. And I'm going to be worried about something else that I can't see at this point in my life.
And yeah, that's
Wow.
another key word that, like, when I heard testing, that raised red flags because I heard it so much.
Yeah.
And then what's the other word? Fuck. Well, what did you just say? Because that was what reminded me of it.
All I was talking about was being concerned about seeing, catching something that I couldn't see because I
There
was,
you go. Thank you. Invisible enemy. They
yeah,
kept using, we're fighting an invisible enemy.
yeah,
All right, check this out. If I go outside and stand in the street and I start shadow boxing and fighting something that's not there, how silly would I look?
yeah.
All right, so that's when I hear fighting an invisible enemy. You know how fucking dumb you have to be to fight invisible enemies?
Yeah.
I mean, literally, and they got these people all ears glued to the TV. How are we gonna fight this invisible enemy? Easy, dude. Get some critical thinking skills. You don't fight invisible enemies.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the ridiculous. It's just the most ridiculous. And the way that germs are spread and the material of these masks that we're given, there are masks that protect against viral diseases, viruses, and stuff like that, and droplets and airborne disease. But they're not these 99-cent blue little masks that you're getting.
No.
It's equivalent to trying to use a chain link fence to catch mosquitoes. I mean, it's ridiculous.
There's a good comparison. I'll have to use that. I never heard that one. That's good. That's a good, yeah, using a chain link fence to catch mosquitoes. And that's true. It is. And it's, I just that whole, subservient, like how quick, and I mean, it happened so fast and people just fell for it. It's like, wow.
Well,
Wow.
that just goes to show how much influence the media has.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah. And that's why, see, the media,
And that's what they
okay,
were testing. That's what they were testing.
yeah, and before television, the media was as politically divided, and I'm using the newspaper as media. Was you look at the newspapers and they were Democrat or Republican, conservative, liberal. There's always been a divisive means to deal with the population.
We're moving from government to outright dictatorship, to where they're still slaves, and you're a slave for the dollar bill, and the slave owners are your government. They're your big corporations. They're everybody in a position of power, you know, and that's what's happening. And they're okay with it because it doesn't affect them.
Well, and that's what Kenny and I were trying to get across to the people on this panel who wanted to go around and ask the same question in a different form, like a lawyer would. And you know, you're not going to get a different answer. You're only going to get the truth. The truth is one. You're not going, you can run around and circle and ask the same question over, but you're still seeking the same answer. And we just couldn't get them to see that they were, you know, just not comprehending like how 9/11, and you know, I used like 9/11 and what was the other example? Oh, what was I? Oh, the whole nuclear power. I mean, missiles and annihilation in that with 9/11, and it's just another stage that we've gone to where, you know, we've given them a license, and now they can track whatever we do by the device we carry around as a phone, which gives us access to anything in the world, basically.
Here's how you
And
know that they're using that phone to track you, and here's how it's the new census. You remember how census pretty much came ineffective. People were throwing away the census forms as soon as they hit the fucking mailbox. They don't even make it in the house most of the time. People throw that shit in the garbage. All right. So what they've realized is the most effective way to do a census, and people are uncomfortable with the census because it's the government asking you all your personal business. So instead of having to pick it out of you with a census form that's become ineffective, what we'll do is we'll get it out of you, and you'll be enjoying it, and it'll be your choice because you're going to be on social media, which is the new government. Um, and here's how. What they're doing, they're acquiring all your information, all your activities, the things you like, you dislike. You hit the like button on the shit you like, the dislike on shit you don't like. Um, they acquire all this information from you, and you the whole time you're enjoying using Facebook, you're enjoying using YouTube. Um, the things that you search for Google, everything, every idea that you have that you might want to investigate, or anything that all your search history, all that shit is being monitored, is being saved, and they're averaging it out. And they don't need census anymore. They've got it right there in your phone. And how you know that they're using the phone? Check this out. When cell phones first came out, and they didn't have the same technology embedded in them that could do all this, they cost a shitload of money. And they didn't get any less techie with it. Hell, we got TVs and everything all in one. Everything you can need: radio, alarm clock, basically video games, anything that you like to do electronically, and just to take pictures. You don't even need a camera anymore. Everything can be done with this one device. So they know you're going to carry it everywhere you go. So what do? Got GPS on it. It can pinpoint exactly where you're at. It can make phone calls. It can send text messages. Anything that you need to do can be done with it. And if you can't afford one, if you don't have any money, they will give you a cell phone for free.
yeah,
Uh, all you got to do is qualify. If you're on food stamps, can't afford a phone, no problem. Not only are we going to give you a phone, we're going to give you one that has GPS capabilities. It has cameras on both sides, so if we can't see from the front, or we'll look at you through the front one, and we'll see where you're at. You know, they can look both ways. They can check your
yep,
surroundings. They got a microphone that can be active even when you're not using it and you don't know that it's active. This isn't conspiracy theories. This is all revealed by Edward Snowden. And if you have any knowledge of technology and how it works, and computer code and stuff like that, this isn't new. This isn't
no,
new at all. This has been years in the making, and they're just now executing it on the people. And it's so sad that people are so addicted to these devices. You could sit them down right now. Everybody, they could sit everybody down and say, "Hey, we got a big announcement to make. Everybody, watch this stream." The fucking leaders of all the countries and the UN could sit down and say, "Hey, we've been lying to you. All right, a lot of shit's propaganda." They could admit to all the propaganda. They could admit to all their hidden agendas and say, "Hey, we've been watching you the whole time. We control everything, and there's nothing you can do about it." What do you? These motherfuckers would still use their phones. They could even say, "Hey, we're accessing your cameras, and we're recording every time that we can see through your camera. It's being recorded. Every time your device microphone picks up audio, we're recording that as well." And 75-80% of these motherfuckers would still use their devices. I mean, you could sit them down and tell them, "We never went to the moon. We did 9/11. I mean, these motherfuckers are so far gone and such submissive sheeple that, I mean, you could literally tell them what's happening to them and it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, and that's what Kenny and I were trying to get across to the panel last night, that just stop and think of how easily a dictatorship could happen because of technology. They
I
have
mean,
it.
cut this
Go
short.
ahead.
I got something I gotta do. Nolly, you need to come on back.
Well, we
Just
can
like,
just leave Noli's stream because I need to go and eat and that. But it's like, no, technology is that's what we were getting across last night. We can, like you said, they could set us all down and just boom. I mean, we are under their control, and people don't want to acknowledge it. They're probably
nobody likes to believe that they've been deceived their whole life. Everybody likes to think their intellect is good. Everybody wants to think their source of information is good because that's their source of information. That's what they go on. So if you sit them down and say, "Hey, you've been being lied to your whole life," I mean, that's mentally effective. I mean, that's, if you have to accept that, then you immediately have to be reborn. You have to go back and decipher between what was the lie and what was the truth, which is, there's the freedom in that. There is freedom in that, and a lot of people don't get that, and they can't swallow their pride or their ego long enough to realize, "Hey, I've been lied to a long time."
Well, we'll leave on this statement. There's a saying, and I forget who said it. It's easier to fool someone than it is to convince them than they've been fooled. It's easier to, it is. It's so much easier because people don't want to believe it. Like you said, 80% of the people, you can tell them, like, "Oh, this has been a big bullshit and a lie, and you've been had," but they'll still continue to use their device.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's been good talking to you, Josiah.
Good talking to you. Thanks for several hours of conversation.
Yeah,
Hope you feel well and take care of yourself and take care of that. And we'll just leave Noli D's panel here hanging because I have to go.
Yeah, me too. I'm hungry myself. Have a good day.
You too.
Later.
Bye.